highly of himself about the religion. So yeah, I hope he wins.
Is he an influencer or what is he?
I heard he's sparred with Tyson Fury, but he's not really like a boxer, so he's gotten into misfits boxing, making a name for himself from there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's not doing too bad here. He's got the Kobe Bryant shorts.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Is it because is this dude from LA or
Too sure. Actually. I don't really look at him like that. But
no. In the fight right now, he's wearing he's wearing shorts right now. Kobe Bryant shorts.
Oh. Yeah, no, I think he's from the States. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. But yeah, I hope he wins though.
He says here, Kadu says Conor and Logan are both like I don't know what that emoji means. All the time are like crazy all the time, or I'm trying to decipher what that means. And then he also says, "Bro, do you have any MMA background?" Yes, I do. I have competed in Muay Thai. I've competed in MMA. I've trained in jiu-jitsu, judo. I've competed in wrestling since I was a kid, and I won this domestic tournament when I was 12 years old in Taekwondo, point fighting Taekwondo. So I'd say I got a little, a little background in one form of MMA or another. So I've also done some amateur boxing as well. So I've done every combat sports possible. And now I have a channel talking to you guys about it, and here we are. So, let's see, Ty Mitchell is now in the second round against Tommy Hench. I don't know much about the background of these of the story behind these guys, but you said that Ty Mitchell is an influencer now. What exactly is it that he does?
I'm not really too sure. I just watched one interview of him, and basically he just talking about his fight and talking about Islam a lot. So, but you know what, good guy, you know, seems like a good guy. So why not, wish him well, But I think he's getting into misfits. He's an influencer. I think he's an influencer. Yes.
Yeah.
Seems like.
He is. Kadu asks, "Do you suffer from CTE because it's a big problem, man?" Do I suffer from CTE? No. I don't think so. I mean, you never really know, right? CTE can come in different ways. Obviously, anger issues can be a sign of that. The other sign of that could be forgetfulness, although I don't really experience any of that. If you watch my streams long enough, or if you've seen any of my videos, I don't really suffer from any serious stuttering or anything that would indicate any of that. So I don't know. I don't think that I do. But here's what I will say, Kadu, right? If you're doing any combat sports that involves full contact hitting, which obviously involves MMA, boxing, kickboxing, even Taekwondo, bare knuckle boxing, you got to learn defense. Defense is what will preserve your career for a very long time. Defense is the name of the game. Hit, don't get hit. That is the name of the game. And that's the big thing that boxers emphasize, especially very high-level boxers. And it's something that high-level MMA fighters emphasize as well. And then my man here says, "You're cooked, man, fire." You're cooked, man, fire. I don't understand the lingo behind that. You're cooked, man, fire. Okay, well, further elaborate on that. Ronik Singh says, "What is the fight?" The fight is going to be in 1 hour and 30 minutes. This is the preview show that you have now just entered. Time, bro. The time, it's time. It's time for Ronik Singh to like and subscribe to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. And also, don't forget to subscribe to Zain Musa Boxing Dosage, the man to my right here, right on that screen. Okay? Go like and subscribe to his channel as well for all your boxing predictions and all your boxing breakdowns and storylines. Padu says, bro, both of you, which country are you from? I'm from the United States and California, was raised in New Jersey, but now live in California. And Zain, my man here, Zain, is from London, England, the UK. A country that your people love, I would imagine, Padu. I'm sure you guys love England. You know what I mean? You guys damn near stole cricket and did it way better than the English, I think, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't follow cricket, but every time I hear cricket news, India is always smashing England on it. So Ronik Islam says, let's go. Ronik Singh says, I can play PUBG Mobile for a while. Okay, I can play PUBG Mobile for a while. Hey, how about this, Mr. Singh? Play on your mobile and then hop on this one. Just watch us both, right? And then while you're winning, write on the comment section and let us know how you're doing, how you're progressing, and also a little preview to the game, because you never know. You may get us wildly interested in the game. Shout outs to India and shout outs to Michael Kelly, because he would be enjoying this right now. Oh, yeah, he would be enjoying the banter with all of yous right now. the Anglo-Indian man, Michael Kelly. Bro, you don't have to favor cricket for me, man. I know, big bro, you hate it. Well, it's not that I hate it. I don't know enough about it, to be honest with you. You know, you got to understand this, right? There's enough sports in America. I feel sorry for people that follow every sport, man. That has to be exhausting, because I follow every fighting, and that is exhausting in and of itself, right? You know, Zain just follows boxing. That's exhausting already. But imagine you watch as an American, not as any other any nationality, but because I know in England there's like football, rugby, and then fighting. That's all, and then and then cricket. That's all they got, right? Rugby, cricket, fighting, and football. That's England. America, fighting is on the back end of everything. You got American football. You got basketball. Oh, good Lord. You got baseball. And then you got hockey intertwined with Canada up north. And then you got, obviously, soccer. Americans are in that too. There's just too many. And then my man here says, I hate cricket. I am not the average Indian. I hate cricket. I hate it very much. I hate it. So what is I'm assuming fighting would be your sport, Kadu. I mean, considering you are in the channel, I would assume that fighting would be your top main priority, like the rest of us, right? But obviously cricket must be influential if you got a Pakistani prime minister that became a prime minister through cricket. Imran Khan. Kadu says, I love MMA. Good man. You're in the right channel. You're in the right space. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And also, please tell everybody in India to like and subscribe. So when Logan and Connor fight, and I'm here with Zain reacting to it, we're going to have just nothing but Indian flags on the comment section. All getting mad at Michael Kelly. Shout out to Michael Kelly. I know he loves India, and that's why we're kind of bantering on, about that. Hey man, that brother needs to get a YouTube channel. What do you think, Zain? He's an entertaining guy, right? It just doesn't translate for him in in the cameras.
Yeah, very funny guy, man. It makes me laugh. He deserves that.
That's why you got to teach him how to do YouTube.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
for
Like
sure.
get him to talk about boxing. The next thing you know, he'll talk about Nigel Farage,
I
UK
like he
politics.
knows the boxing as well, man. He's not one of them guys that listens to everyone. He listens to what his gut says, and most of the time he's correct with the boxing predictions. Like last week, he got the Callum Simpson prediction right in knockout, and yeah, man, he knows his stuff, man. He predicted Usyk would beat Tyson Fury as well. You know,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you mean the first time or the second time?
the recent one, he predicted Usyk would win. I predicted it as well. If you went onto my channel, I predicted Usyk would beat Fury as well. So a lot of people, including the boxing industry, they thought Tyson Fury would beat him. But obviously, they don't know like we
Yeah.
do, you know?
Yeah, that's true, man. He does know his stuff, but I guess he just has to kind of translate that in some way into the camera.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining as well, like, you know?
Yeah. Speaking of entertainment, Kadu is asking about my WWE belt here. Yeah, man. Just thought I'd throw a little nice prop there. Because I tell you what, WWE is very influential in the world of combat sports. Now they own the UFC. Imagine this. Imagine a power play, right? They kick Vince McMahon out of his own company, and now the UFC owns the WWE.
And
That's a serious power play.
oh, isn't it? Oh, well, you know what else is a power move? I think, you know, I'm not gonna lie. You see, with Turkey, I'll be honest with you. At first, I didn't really like the guy because he had a problem with Canelo, you know, and
Right.
because Canelo's one of my favorite fighters. He is actually my favorite fighter. Everyone knows that, and like obviously they had that issue, and I thought, you know what, you know, I don't really like it because, you know, he just not cooperating with what Canelo wants, you know. But at the same time, like what he's done for boxing, how can you not like a guy that's changed the boxers' lives and does everything for the fans, you know, makes the best fights, you know. And now they're made up him and Canelo, and it's all good, you know what I mean? And yeah, he's done a lot, man. He's done a lot for boxing, man. Boxing was a dying sport before this, before he took over, you know. It was just like the fights the fans want, they never get made. But now we're just getting super fight after super fight, great undercards, and oh, it's crazy, man. And he's done a lot for the UFC as well, innit? You know?
Yeah, yeah. He's in the initial stages of getting something done with that. Um,
Yeah.
there. So this is a good segue that we have with Turki El-Sheikh taking on Gervonta Davis, right? And by the way, I'm actually going to clip this part right here sometime down the road, right? Maybe around this week, what I'm about to talk about right now.
Yeah.
It's going to start off with where you talked about with Canelo, and then we transition it into Turkey. And now here we are, the next segue that you're going to see on a clip later on, and you're seeing this live. Gervonta Davis versus Turki El-Sheikh. So Gervonta Davis says that Turki El-Sheikh is ruining boxing. Is this true?
No.
I would absolutely disagree. Look at Zayn right now, right? As soon as I said that, he sighed at it, with discontent because how can you say
I thought that before as well, but he's not, man. Really and truly, he's just trying to make the best fights happen. Just trying to pay the athletes, the boxers, the money they deserve. You get me? And no promoter is gonna be paying what he's gonna pay these fighters, and he changes their lives. You get me? So you know, boxers, they didn't have that opportunity before. Now they're getting paid what they deserve, and what they deserve is they're risking their life in the ring. No matter amount of money you're gonna get deserves your health, you know. So they're getting
yeah.
paid what they deserve, you know. and that's the main thing about it, And so will Gervonta Davis. So I just think he's just a bit too egotistic, at this moment in time.
And I think you hit that on the nail when you said that he was egotistic, because this is primarily the reason why he has something against Turki El-Sheikh. Think about this. Why would he hate this? Want to know why? Because now his undefeated record can't be protected. He
Yeah,
can't make moves the way that he can. He gets offered a certain amount of money, and most people around the world are going to look at that and say, how are you going to say no to money like that? You must be a coward.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how he's going to be perceived, and he doesn't like it. He doesn't like that he's going to be perceived as a coward in his whole entire ordeal.
Yeah.
That's just what it really comes down to.
Don't get me wrong though. Tank's a very good fighter, man. He's an excellent fighter. He's pound for pound one of the best fighters. But we just want the fight as fans. We just want the fights that we want to see. You get me, the best fight, the best. That's what it comes down to. And right now it doesn't look good, on his side because you're getting triple the amount of money you would usually get to make a super fight happen. And I don't know why you would want to decline that.
Well, here's the thing, right? Take a look at Terrence Crawford. He's fighting Canelo next, right?
Yeah, that's a great fight, by the way. That is.
And I hear a lot of people online say, "Hey, you know what? Canelo might do him in," and I don't blame them for saying that.
Bro, let me tell you something. There's weight classes for a reason, but Terrence Crawford, he is a special fighter, man. Like he is really talented and skill-wise, he can give Canelo problems, man. And that's
But
me
you know
being
why
a
he's not
Canelo.
saying no? You know why Crawford is not saying no?
It's the money.
Because, well, yes, because he hasn't been paid the type of money that Gervonta
Bro,
Davis.
but the thing with Crawford and Gervonta, Crawford actually believes in himself. He believes he actually is gonna win the fight. Whereas Gervonta Davis, the only reason why I can't think he would take the fight is because he's not as confident. That's what it comes down to. 'Cause why would it's not the money that's the issue. It's maybe I don't know. Maybe not as confident. What do you say?
Kadu here says both built like Russians, ain't gonna lie. I think it's the no beard mustache. That's what it is. You know what I mean? It's the no beard mustache, which is obviously an Islamic thing to do. Although a lot of MMA fans nowadays sort of synonymize it with Dagestani fighters. But yeah, that's where Dagestani fighters got it nonetheless. So yeah, that's what it really comes down to. It's Gervonta Davis does not want to sacrifice his record. And unlike Crawford, he's already made enough money. And that's just
Look,
really what it comes down to.
if Canelo can sit down with Turki, Al-Sheikh and sort things out, and I don't know why Gervonta Davis can't.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what will happen. But at the moment, I think Gervonta Davis should just accept the fact that Turki Al-Sheikh is helping people in boxing thrive when they probably wouldn't been able to get the opportunity to. You understand? And he's changed people's lives at the end of the day. And I'm all for that and making the best fights happen. So as a fan, you can't really say nothing bad about the guy. He just made the sport very, very good. He's made a dying sport into a thriving sport for a lot of people, and the opportunities are endless for everyone now. Do you understand? From the media side of things to the boxers, the coaches. He's just done a lot of things in a short period of time, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, man, and shout out to Turki El-Sheikh for that, which again only shows that if you are against him, it's only because of number one, political reasons, and number two, if you're a boxer that's afraid to lose your undefeated record. And that's just what it really comes down to by the end of the day.
Right.
So facts on that. Yep. All right. So that right there is that one is clipped. That one is getting clipped right there. Perfect.
Yeah,
That one
he deserves his credit, man. Because obviously,
303.
bro, boxing wouldn't be as good as it is today, man. Because we're just getting fight after fight, and it's just mad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're getting super fight after super fight, and that was unheard of. Like, you get what I'm saying? We didn't have Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn working together. Do you know what I mean? That just sums his involvement in boxing. To make that happen, that was a big power move. You know what I mean? 5 versus 5. He had that event. That was crazy as well. 5 matchroom fighters was 5 Queensbury fighters, the best of the best. Each weight class. That was a crazy event. And like, we wouldn't have that fight. We wouldn't have that event if it weren't for him. So, you know, he deserves credit for pulling that off, you know?
Yeah, he was the absolute main man of you know, being able to allow that to happen. You know, and again, Tank, he's just worried. And I also think that he's worried that they will put him up in a matchup that, well, is not going to be favorable towards him. Because look, here's what I think happened when Tank signed with PBC, right?
Yeah.
They said to him, hey, Tank, we're going to protect your career. We're going to make sure that you get all the best fights possible that are going to gear towards your favor. And that's how we're going to do things.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's how we're going to do things. And we're going to protect you. So, you know, now you look at PBC, they're starting to lose influence. Right? Losing a lot of influence. A whole lot of influence.
They are.
And
they haven't really got much, like, power in the sport no more. Again, like, but eventually they'll have to work with Turki Al-Sheikh if they want to. You know, if they want to thrive with them. That's the only way at the moment, you know. He's really taken on everyone, like everyone's promoters, everyone. They're all under him, basically, you know. Yeah. But rightfully so, he deserves that, you know, for paying them, looking after them, and looking for their best interest. Like, the other day I heard about the Fraser Clark story when Fraser Clark got knocked out, like, his face was smashed in, like, I don't know. So, like, one of the surgeons of his, they straight away took him to the hospital and got out of bed and that, you know. That just shows you the amount of healthcare provided by him as well, like, look after the fighters from injury and stuff, you know? That's mad. That's good.
Yeah, man. So, you know,
another thing, Kyrie, I've got to mention is, look at Khamzat Shiraz. He's looked after my brother Khamzat Shiraz. Like, financially, you know, he's sorted now, you know, alhamdulillah, and I'm happy that, you know, that he's okay, you know, and he deserves to get what he wants, you know what I mean? And he's getting paid well, and he's tight. He's going for a world title next fight. That's crazy because it's happening in a short period of time as well, you know?
And it was all because he was able to get that opportunity at the right time with Frank Warren linking up with Turki.
Facts, yeah, man. And, like, you know, he deserves it as well, you know, and he's come a long way. So I'm very happy and proud of him. And Turki Al-Sheikh's made him a Riyadh ambassador, you know, and that's really promising that he's getting behind Khamzat Shiraz. So that's a partnership that's really good as well. And, you know, he's very, very good and influential as well with Turki Al-Sheikh. Can bring a whole lot of fan base, you know, from the Saudis. Because Khamzat's got potential. He's got a superstar potential, you know, being a big personality and having Turki behind him, you know. That's really good. I got to thank Turki for doing that for Khamzat.
Yeah,
That's
man. That is very important in the career um Hamza Shiraz, man, because you know what, like Hamza
yeah.
Shiraz, you look at his beginnings, right? He was, what was that?
Hamza's gonna be a superstar, inshallah. Like, you can get to that Canelo level, you know, of
And
stardom.
prior to that, nobody wanted to give him a chance.
Yeah, man.
It's crazy, you know. Looking at where he's at now, you know, no one wanted to give him a chance, and Frank Warren is definitely glad that he gave him a chance, but also I think, yeah, man, I think Turki El-Sheikh is glad that he gave him a chance as well because look at the results that he did, bro. You know, Ammo Williams, that fight, you would have never seen that fight until those guys had to meet later down the road in the championship levels. He got early work early on. Hamza,
Yeah.
you know that's
Bro,
that's early work.
yeah. I can't believe it, man. Like, obviously, in that space of time, Turkey Al-Sheikh, if he's done one thing, is look after Hamza Shiraz and his career, and that just makes me happy in itself, and that's why I can't dislike the guy as well, you know.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think Gervonta should just, you know, come to reality and just leave the ego to the side. You know?
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, bro, like MMA, he's also done things in MMA as well. Like, you can't really, you know, discredit the guy in that sense as well.
So far, he's done one fight with the Robert Whitaker card, which was supposed to have Khamzat in the forefront of it. But now, yeah, it's a little different. You know what I mean? He may he may be instrumental in the fight for Tom Aspinall and John Jones. You know, that could
Oh yeah,
be the next project he's got going on. And then to further on, now that Francis is no longer in the UFC, they may try to make a cross promotional fight. You know, so
yeah.
hopefully,
True.
what was
You
that?
really want to see more cross promotional fights? Like, remember Ngannou and Joshua? You
Oh no,
as
when I meant
a
cross promotional, I meant between MMA.
okay, okay.
Yeah, not like crossover fights, but cross promotional between
Yeah.
because Francis could not fight Tom Aspinall or John right now. You know, so yeah.
Oh, I hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Bro, I can't wait for tonight's fights though. I really can't wait for
Yeah, man.
Usman
We
versus.
got about one more hour left before the prelims. So you
Yeah.
know, I'll be here to you
To
know,
be
guide.
honest, like I'm more of a boxing fan, but I still tune in for these big fights, man, because I really like MMA as well, you know, on the side. Mhm.
Yeah.
But what's going on with Khamzat, man? When's he fighting?
So the next fight they got right now, they have what do you call it? They have
What's going
Drickus
on?
versus Sean. And then once
Oh,
that fight is done, the winner fights Khamzat. So that's the plan that they got going on right now. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody across the globe that has subscribed. Uh so far I had wow, man, 12 people subscribed out of nowhere. That's awesome. Shout out to everyone across the world. Man, I'm telling you, man, you know, the Dagestanis need to fight more often, bro. They are good for live streams for sure. You know?
yeah, trust me,
Oh,
man.
Kadu asks here, your
I'd
favorite
like to
game
visit
in the
Dagestan one
UFC.
day, you know?
What's that?
I'd love to visit Dagestan one day.
You know what? It's available now. They got Airbnb programs for people to come out and visit.
Yeah, I would love to visit, man. See what their culture's like and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
for sure. And I love to try the training they go through as well. You know.
Man, and you know what? The fact that it's in the mountains too would make it even, difficult. It would be an even more difficult, time,
For real.
which is, by the way, the reason why they have insane cardios for
Yeah.
that reason.
Trust me, man. They train next level, man. And you can tell that by the fighting, the way they fight, the way they wrestle you to the ground. You know they've done some serious training, bro, to get that good, you know? And they live the life. They actually live the lifestyle, and their training is just on another level, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From a different cloth.
No, they definitely do, man. They
But
definitely do. Yeah, man. But let's see here.
well, what's it like in LA, bro, man?
Right now, so it's cleared up right now. Most of the fires are in the hillside area, right, where a lot of the big homes are at, right? But then you know what's crazy about the wildfires is that none of the trenches got touched, right? So East LA, Compton, Watts, Inglewood, where this
How
where
you
this
you
fight is
didn't get
taking place at, huh?
you weren't affected by it, was it? Was you? Is you
No, no,
okay?
no, no. I'm up in Sacramento right now, so I'm mostly in Sacramento. But yeah, it's it's not that far away.
Hear
It's
that, man. Sad, man.
yeah, yeah,
How
man.
did that even happen, though? Like, obviously, I don't really watch the news as much, man.
So
So,
what happened was I think someone accidentally set a fire at a hotel, and then it just started catching on, and and then it just spread from one place to another. So yeah.
there's a lot of
That's
people die and that.
Yeah, a lot of people died, and then on top, you know what? Speaking of which, I want to react to something with you, right? I'm gonna put this on. Hold on, let me pull this up. I'm gonna react to something with you. This is gonna be it's gonna be an interesting content we're gonna do right now. Kind of a good way to wait for the fight. This is a little Cali crash out segment. So these kids were getting chased in a motorbike, my dude, yesterday.
Hmm?
And this is good because it's in LA. It's got an LA themed to it. Let's see.
Such as finance, data, and marketing, and I'll have the opportunity to network with professors that can not only advise me professionally, but outside of the classroom setting.
The management program, because it's designed for students who majored in something outside of business at the undergraduate level, is designed to add a foundational business layer and then some advanced.
Yo, these dudes are wilding out. So you know what's happening here, right? They were on their bike and they kicked the officer while they were on their bike. It's kind of like that game Road Rash. I don't know if you guys played Road Rash back in the days, but let me see if I can pull up a video of Road Rash to kind of give you an example. What's that?
What they doing, fam?
They're just running from the cops. The cops are chasing them down in the freeway right now. Road Rash. Let me see if there's a example of that Road Rash game.
Is that in California? Yeah.
Yeah. This one is in LA where the fight is taking place at. So I thought it was kind of a good, like this game right here. This is what it reminds me of right here. Road Rash. Look at this. Like that. That's what it reminds me of. All of this going on right now. All right, so let's get back to it. Let's see what they do here. He's on his cell phone while he's riding, bro. You see that?
Yeah.
He's on his cell. Oh man, Zane, stuff like this happens a lot in LA. That's why there's actually a portion in a lot of my live streams where I do Cali crash out, which is what we're doing right now. By the way, welcome to episode 5 of Cali Crash Out featuring Zain Musa Boxing Dosage. So what do you think about this this car chase so far, Zain? You know, looking at it from, you know, your perspective of you know, what you could compare that to in London.
Bro, in London's serious as well, man. Like the other day, like someone got stabbed on the bus, man. Like it's just fucking crazy.
Damn, bro.
On the
Oh
bus.
man.
But obviously, this is crazy as well. Like obviously, you never heard of a guy taking out a cell phone while he's driving a bike, you know.
While the cops are chasing him.
You don't give.
It was just an original traffic stop, right? And I think one of the guy in the blue hit the officer, and then they got into a chase. So it was just an escalation, right? So I mean, they could have just gone home, got a ticket, and you know, got on with it, and then dealt with that ticket, you know, a few months down the road, right? And by the way, I've been pulled over before. I've beaten some tickets before, you know, just by showing up to court. And you know, sometimes the officer shows up, or sometimes you go in there and you fight the case. You know, you explain why. You could say that, you know, the officer got the wrong location, and that would dismiss the case. Say that they wrote the wrong citation, that could dismiss the case. But, you know, it escalated to this. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the white bike, just like the original one, and then they got a blue bike, just like the original one. I'm assuming these dudes are probably. That was it. All right. Yeah, that was it, man. Shout outs to KTLA, the most trusted news in LA. All right, man. So thoughts on that, Zain? What did you think about, you know, that craziness, you know, that we just witnessed right now? I mean, hey, those brothers got away, bro. You know what I mean? Because let me see if there's any updates on this, right?
That was crazy, bro.
This was
16. I would have a mad adrenaline rush. If I was them right now, I'd.
You'd what? Say that again.
I have mad adrenaline rush. You know?
Yeah.
To be in that situation. And to know that you pulled it off and you got away, that's even more gangster.
Right. And you know what, man? It's like they didn't have any masks. They didn't have all the things that you needed to get away, and they got away. Because, look, there's no arrests. There hasn't been any updates on this. These dudes are gone. Yeah.
They met up with the homies.
I would like you to build this.
What was
they met up with the homies, bro. I said they met up with the homies and they disguised themselves.
Yeah. Oh, well, wait. Let me see if there's any updates on this. Oh, okay, wait. We got updates. Hold on. We got updates. Hold up. I got you. We got updates. Hold on.
There he is. Okay. Got him northbound.
No, that's not. There we go. Okay, here we go. We got updates on this.
Pursuit started with the blue motorcycle here in the very center of your screen. That rider, they tried to pull him over for a, I believe it was reckless driving, they said. And fled from the officers. At one point, this rider tried to strike a motor officer that was pursuing him.
All right, so it continued. So it did continue, because right now they're in the Santa Monica area, which is right by the beach and the pier, right? So they went from Inglewood to Santa Monica. Okay, so that makes sense. How long have they been riding for? Was that?
How long they been riding for now?
This one, about an hour. Maybe more than that, because obviously they just started, you know, they kind of started like recording like maybe just a few minutes after the chase was going on, because you know, the news company is in with the police, so you know, when there's a chase, they call them up and they're like, hey, you want a story? Boom, you know, get eyes on these guys, we're at right here. And then that's how they usually do it. So 53 minutes into it, so maybe like an hour and 30 minutes they've already been running at this point.
out for a little bit of the chase, got back into it, and then
Alright.
eventually dropped out. Then that rider was joined by the one that's right next to him on the white motorcycle with pink spokes. They're the ones. They're the two that initially were in the pursuit when we joined it near downtown LA off the 10 freeway. They went west. They went eastbound 10 freeway to the eastbound 60 freeway.
All right, and the group of guys are still with them.
Eventually going down the 710 freeway to the 105 freeway west, and then exited at Imperial Highway. That's when they were joined by several other motorcycles and a quad. And now we have as many as 17 motorcycles here involved in this now.
Damn, bro,
Since
so they
then,
rolled up there 17 deep.
the CHP brought in some motor officers, 6 in total, that tried to get behind the vehicles or behind the motorcyclists to try to get them to pull over. They refused. And since the CHP has pulled off altogether on the ground, leaving the airship overhead to keep track of especially the 2 here involved, but all the rest as well. Ironically enough, the 2 that are involved here in the pursuit were able to stop, get gas at a gas station on Imperial Highway just north of the 105 freeway, and had time to get back in onto the road. Here they go, eastbound turn. This is on Venice. So they have the fuel now to continue this.
All right, so now they're near the beach.
We'll see what law enforcement decides to do.
Is that the move? You know what I do in GTA to get away? Like I'll drive all the way down to Santa Monica, put on a swimsuit, and then escape with with like scuba diving. So for those of y'all that are and you want to escape the cops, go to the beach wearing that, right, swimwear, and then just dive right into the ocean.
And we don't know the status of that officer's condition, if he was injured or not.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that's how I got this.
One thing I hate about YouTube, bro. YouTube pisses me off with the adverts. You know that?
They what?
YouTube just pisses me off with the amount of adverts you have to see, bro.
Yeah, I know.
It's just so jarring. It's like over the top now. You know?
Yeah.
It's too much.
The rider, I would say, on the white and pink bike here has been on a cell phone the entire time, and we believe he might be streaming online.
Oh, he's streaming online. Oh, snap. Dude,
So
my man is streaming online. He's like, yo, if I'm gonna crash out, I'm gonna go out big.
We've seen some close calls at intersections. They sneak out into the intersection in front of oncoming cars that have to stop. And off they go. Venice Boulevard and Arlington is the locator.
Yeah, Venice Boulevard. There's nothing but ocean right after that.
Further back. Yeah.
All right, we got about 7 minutes till the first fight. Let's see.
Back with the initial. pursuit. They both went wrong direction on the 710 freeway. They went southbound and northbound lanes to get away from officers. The California Highway Patrol eventually got involved and went into pursuit. They were eventually eastbound 10 freeway in the downtown, just south of downtown LA. They might be stopping under the bridge. I might have right there. Right there. Does that look like a helmet? Might be waiting for a bus.
Oh wow, my man is about to escape in a bus.
Don't tell anybody.
He escaped in the bus. Oh! My man escaped in the bus. Oh man. Oh man, the bus is gone.
Yes.
That bus is gone. He escaped in a bus.
Simon does Skype.
And the other guy, they don't know.
Right there. That guy right there. I think this might be one of them that got on a bus and got off. I'm not sure.
Alhamdulillah.
It's the wrong person. Oh, is that? Could be the wrong person.
The two primary did go under the 10 freeway at Hoover and stopped under there and may have ditched the bikes. This guy got on the bus and then got right off the bus at the next stop. So I don't know if it's one of them.
Hoover Street.
Are you ready for a career
That's
change?
the street
Eager to pursue a rewarding path as a trained
that's the
electrician?
group of guys that killed Pop Smoke was the Hoover Crips was in this section right here where these guys are from. This looks like a Mexican.
The main group,
dude, though, either a Mexican or Armenian.
Towards downtown LA, and
so that could be the wrong guy. No, that's the wrong. Y'all got the wrong guy, man. Because the original guy was a black guy.
They were the ones that went under the bridge.
And he went under the bridge. A lot of them went under the bridge.
Huh? That's yeah, if you can. We're into I might lose this.
They escaped, bro. Even
by
the end of this footage, they escaped, man. They escaped.
Yeah, so
they ridden around for so long and finally they got away.
Went south.
Yup.
Last seen here at Hoover under the
right. You got to rate.
Not be there anymore.
It takes a man with bottle to do that. I tell you that. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
again?
think
not everyone can pull that off,
yeah.
bro.
True.
That is fucking genius.
Look at this, and this is how this video ends with the helicopter looking over the freeway, the underpass of the bridge, and nobody to be found.
They gave up.
That's what they did. As soon as they got in that under bridge, they're like, "Hey, we're gonna utilize this cover and get up out of here."
Copy that.
Alhamdulillah.
That was it. Yup.
Well, unfortunately, because they got under this freeway, the bridge is pretty wide there. They stopped under there, and they were last seen under there. We've been trying to get a look at anybody down there underneath the freeway, but at this point, law enforcement has let it go. The airship is still circling the area looking for
law enforcement has let it go.
Suspects in the pursuit. But for now, we're going to wrap up our coverage on this crazy motorcycle chase that's been going on for quite a while in different areas of LA, and has at least come to an end here at Hoover and the 10th freeway. So that's going to do it for us in the air. Thank you once again for joining us on the web. Thanks for watching us.
Yeah, no, thank you for the coverage on that.
Thank you. How exciting,
There
bro.
it is. There it is. There it is.
Appreciate the news coverage, bro.
No doubt, man. You know what? I thought it was a great segue. It's LA.
Yeah, man, we could do more of that more often as well on the channel, bro.
I've done a few. I've done a few of those. You know, this is now one of them. And I figured
Yeah,
it's a good way
interesting.
to, it's a good way to kind of pregame before the fight. So now it's 3 p.m. right now. Put this on the timestamp here real quick. All right. All right, so here we go, guys. This is the beginning of UFC 311. And what a great way to start it, right? Pre-game with a little LA car chase. It's an LA card, and it's tradition in LA to get into car chases. Some people get arrested, some people don't. These are one of the cases that you just saw where they didn't get arrested. Man, they escaped, bro. They really put a game plan together to get that done. Just like tonight, Moicano, he's got an impossible task ahead of him. What kind of plan is he going to have taking on Islam Makhachev? You never know. Merab taking on probably the toughest challenge of his UFC title run, Omar Nurmagomedov. Now, what about Omar? Is he going to follow in the traditions of his family, such as Khabib, Islam, and Usman, who, by the way, is fighting in a couple of weeks in Dubai, in the Bellator card? All remains to find out if all these guys come out on top on this month. But also on this month, it's also the same month that Conor McGregor has another civil trial going on with Artem Lobov regarding Proper 12. So here we are. What do you think, Zane? Let us know how you feel about this matchup, and what do you expect to happen tonight?
Honestly, I was really looking forward to Islam Makhachev versus Arman, because that was a fight that was more appealing to me. But things happen, so obviously Moicano has got his shot, and from what I've seen of him, he's a dangerous guy, you know. Obviously not as dangerous as Arman, but he poses a different sort of threat, you know. And this combat sports, anything can happen, you know, as we've seen. So, but I'm rooting for Islam Makhachev. My personal opinion, I like Makhachev as a fighter. I think he's a great role model for the youth today, you know. If you're looking at someone that needs to follow in the footsteps of how someone is, Islam Makhachev and Khabib Nurmagomedov is the perfect example, you know. So
yeah,
I think they're good people outside of the ring as well. So I support them and I wish them well, and I wish Makhachev tonight. I'm expecting a dominant performance. I can't lie. I think there's levels, and Moicano is just not on the level of Makhachev. We're gonna find that out tonight. So I'm really looking forward to it, even though I was really looking forward to the Arman fight. You know, it's always a privilege to see Islam Makhachev, one of the best UFC fighters in the ring all the time, you know? It's a different skill level, you know? You've got to appreciate what sort of skills he has.
For real. And yeah, you hit that right on the nail on the head right there, right? You know, these guys right here are you know, these guys are top level, but at the same time, even though this is not the Arman fight, I think that we are going to see a very dominant performance for Islam Makhachev. But not just for Islam. I think the dominant performance can also come out of Omar as well. But more so with Islam, because obviously he's the proven threat. He's a proven champion. And who knows, maybe Moicano will sort of give a good account of himself.
Yeah,
right?
no.
But I don't see him winning. Giving a good count of himself, making it competitive, yes. It's hard for me to see him win, though.
Yeah.
So, yeah. A win is, it seems very far-fetched from here, so. Yeah, there it is. Moicano was talking about how he wanted to make 155 scratch, and he did exactly that to make championship.
Moicano got the opportunity of a lifetime so right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marab, Zane, oh, you there? Oh, Zane is not there. Hold on just a second. And the falsehoods behind this reality. So here it goes. Tyson Fury is going for a negotiation tactic, very similar to what John Jones has been doing with Tom Aspinall, and as a result, possibly getting his close to 25 to 30 million, maybe under 20 million deal to fight Tom Aspinall, to perhaps risk it all to fight Tom Aspinall. That's the reality of it. Maybe I'm going to title that along with the Tyson Fury retirement headline. But nonetheless, is it true? There's some reality to that. Also, I think Tyson Fury can easily be content with the way that his boxing career has gone on right now. You see, in his mind, he believes that he won that fight. And there's good reason to believe that he's not lying or capping on that end. But that's not the official statement of the entire matchup. The entire official statement is that he lost, and he lost convincingly to Alexander Usyk. And as a result of this loss, he doesn't really need to go any further into his career. In other words, let's say if he had won, he doesn't need to go and fight Martin McCauley because they're going to pressure him into doing so. They're doing that to Usyk. He doesn't need to go fight the likes of who's an upcoming heavyweight right now, Zhang. He hasn't fought Zhang. There's a lot of names that he hasn't fought. But right now, he can say that he went out on top, if not number 2 or close to number 1, based on what he perceives as a split decision. Okay? So that is the career trajectory of Tyson Fury, and he's happy and content with that. He's never really been undisputed. Had he won this fight against Alexander Usyk, he would not have been crowned undisputed. Can you imagine that? Well, why not? And the reason for that is because one belt was dropped, which I believe was the IBF, from Alexander Usyk to Daniel Dubois. And it creates a whole different narrative of who the best heavyweight in the world is, because imagine this, okay? Many people thought that Dubois had beat Alexander Usyk. We've talked about this several times over and over again. But he's not the real champion right now. It's Alexander Usyk on paper. So there is a possibility of a matchup like that going down the road. And guess what? Tyson Fury doesn't have to fight Daniel Dubois, a vicious heavyweight that could potentially knock him out. So this is the best time for Fury to retire, or if not, just retire for now. Do what Prince Nazim did. Do a homecoming fight. After Prince Nazim lost to Barrera, he came back and did a fight against a nobody, and that's what Tyson Fury is ultimately going to do. And then by the end of it, at last, ride off into the sunset. And you know what? I think one of my favorite topics to talk about in mixed martial arts is retirement. Because there are many guys that don't know when to quit. There are many guys that stay a little bit too long. And there are many guys that actually retire just right on time so that they don't suffer long-term consequences that render a lot of fighters that really have suffered the worst end that combat sports can offer. Had injuries and a whole bunch of other problems that can go into financial, and then just the idea of possibly not being able to work, right? Which Shane Carwin sort of went through. So again, there's a lot to think about when it comes to combat sports and whether you should continue a career long past your expiration. And there are many guys that have decided to retire at the right time in terms of, I'm still fresh, I'm still at my prime, like Khabib, like Floyd Mayweather, like Joe Calzaghe. That is why they had the perfect careers. And George St. Pierre. And he came back one more time and then left and vacated the title. So, again, probably messed it up for a lot of guys, because now many people can't just come in here, win a world title, and then leave and vacate it, which is ultimately what George St. Pierre has been doing. So as far as Tyson Fury goes, he doesn't need boxing. But does boxing need him? Absolutely. Anybody with a personality like that makes the game even more exciting. And you can't deny Tyson Fury of that. But at the same time, with everything said, this is a man that is willing to walk away and not really care about the payday because he feels that he has enough. And then this is also a man that can be persuaded to even bigger money. And maybe that is what is going on in this particular case right now. But on all right. Round one. Here we go. El-Kheer versus Carpenter. Here we are. And there we go. And there, sorry, there we go. Sorry about that, Zane.
Yo. Let's go. Who's gonna win this one?
All right. So here versus Carpenter, right? What I had mentioned in the preview to this fight is that even though Carpenter is an undefeated fighter, I think that El-Kheer has had the tougher competition, and it's going to be a tough fight for Carpenter to win for sure. So El-Kheer is obviously part of Team Khabib.
Yeah.
He's trained with Islam in this fight. So if you want to know how Islam is going to look tonight, this is a great indicator. Right now, throws a body kick. Now he's shooting in for a takedown. Carpenter going for some clinch exchanges here. Here looks like he's settling into these clinch positions right now. A great first fight, by the way. Okay, there we go. We got a takedown by El-Kheer right now. Takedown on the first round.
Damn, I should have bet on El-Kheer, bro.
Yeah, man. And you know what? This is an undefeated fighter it's taking on.
I didn't know too much about him, man, but I did tune into your prediction, but I was just a bit hesitant because the other guy was undefeated. You know?
Step Bro Frosty asks, you streaming the fight on Discord or anything? Well, we're streaming it right now. So don't forget to like and subscribe, man. There it is. So there's an elbow by El-Kheer right now on top full guard position, doing a very good job of wrist control guard position. Ooh, and then he's landing elbows on Carpenter right now. Carpenter is looking triangle attack here, really trying to make something happen off his back. All right, so now they're away from the cage. Joe Rogan sort of hinted that Carpenter was using his feet to alleviate himself off the ground. Now they're away from the cage now, and there's ground and pound ferociousness by Olenbek. So just judging off of the Olenbek fight right now, I can see Islam Makhachev really raining down some serious punches from the ground and pound position. All right, so now they're back on the feet right now. Ooh, nice jab by Olenbek. All right, that is the end of the first round, and so far, it's been all El-Kheer's round. First so far. All right, round 2 coming up. Tagir looks ferocious right now. Round 1.
Yo, you fucked up. You got a ticket. You flashed, bro. They flashed you, bro, man. Yeah, man. Sorry about that, bro.
Oh, no, it's all good, man. You know, it's always good for live TV. It's all good.
Now, someone got flashed. They've been speeding, innit?
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but they didn't realize there was a camera there. They were supposed to slow down. You know the speed cameras? It just flashed them.
Okay.
And then I was like, oh, you got flashed. Fucked up.
All right, so now Carpenter is on top right now of Olenbeck. All right, so Carpenter is now on top of Olenbeck. Now he's trying to get his back. He escapes from that scramble exchange he's got going on. 239, 238, 236 in the first round. He shoots in for a double leg, goes into a single leg, and Carpenter sprawls on it. Now Carpenter is on top of Olenbeck's head. They scramble off back into the clinch position. 2:20 left in the second round.
Success in the first round. To attack abandon that and just try to initiate a scramble and get back. He was able to do that once first. So honestly, the longer he lays here, yes, is all that he gave. But that's how the team starts from.
All right, so now he's right back on top. Olenbeck is right back on top again. Carpenter's on the ground.
Who's winning this fight, bro?
I'd say Olenbeck. Yeah, I'd say Tagir's winning this fight.
Okay.
And again, it's a very impressive win considering this is an undefeated prospect. So
yeah. Yes, bro. Oh, shit.
yeah, real good control time on the part of Olenbeck right now. And then there's Carpenter hitting some elbows from the bottom, really not doing much for Olenbeck.
Okay.
All right, so that's the end of that round right there.
Who won that round, you think?
Tagir. I'd say 2 up for Tagir right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's 2 up right now.
Oh, I can't wait for the main event. Merab's a good fighter as well. But he's gonna get beaten tonight. I'm hoping he gets beaten tonight. You know?
And yeah, man, I can't wait for him to put a stop to Merab, man, because Merab is he's cringe, bro. They used to say Henry Cejudo was cringe. This guy is cringe beyond belief.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Round number 3, third and final round.
I'd say Tagirov decision, right? Looks like
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so. That is if he doesn't finish him off in this round right here.
Yep.
Ooh, nice one. Nice kicks right there. A little high kick by Carpenter there. 1-2 shot by Tagir. Yeah, so Tagir's doing a very good job of utilizing his height. All right, some good knees here by Carpenter. Yeah, really good job on Tagir's part right here of preventing Carpenter from taking him down. Got him in a wizard position here as Carpenter is pushing him up against the fence. Having real good takedown defense on this part right here. Now with a double wizard on Carpenter. Now sort of breaking away from this position right here. Oh, wow. He was telling DC on the corner that, hey, look, DC, I'm going to take this guy down like this. And then he does it. He tells Joe Rogan and DC, and then he goes and takes him down.
Oh, shit.
Now, El-Kheer is right on top again, getting more control time. And I think he's coasting to a victory on this one in the third round.
Yes, that's one Dagestani. That's one tonight.
Yep. One win, first win of the night.
Yeah. 1 of 3, innit?
Yep.
That's good, man. Damn, I should have betted on him.
36 seconds left, still maintaining this top position. Yeah, I don't think Carpenter has ever had anybody on top of him this long in any of his fights in the regional scenes or even in the UFC.
Yeah.
Nor will he have he's getting out wrestled here like crazy.
Yeah.
He did good, but you know what? Also on the striking side, Olenbekov was out striking him, out jabbing him. That just goes with the territory of being the taller fighter, especially at 125.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. That's the end of the fight. Olenbek finishes probably with a win, more than likely. So, all right. So everybody, like and subscribe. We got more fights coming up.
Yeah. Thanks for the commentary, bro. I appreciate it as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And you know what? For all of y'all that are tapping in, like what Zane is doing right now, he's reacting this with me while also talking at the same time. If you are in the same position as him, maybe you're out there pre-gaming for the fight. Maybe you're at work being ready for the fight, or maybe you can't be at the fight or watch the fight. Have no fear. Tap into this channel. I'm going to give you the play-by-play plus some analysis on top of it.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bro, man. Appreciate the work you put in.
Yeah.
What's the next fight coming up, bro?
So the next fight coming up, let's see. Let's take a look at the card right here. Tapology, the most trusted source in combat sports, including boxing. You know, Tapology also has boxing records as well.
Yeah, I know. It does.
They even got the full boxing events, right? Like they got the card and everything, which is something you don't normally see in boxing. Right? So the next fight is going to be Bernardo Stoppage taking on Ricky Turquoise. By the way, Ricky Turquoise is Sacramento Team Alpha Male guy. So so this is going to be interesting. A little hometown guy right here. 135 action coming up.
Sacramento.
Yep. All right. So the fourth are unanimous decision, and there's Khabib right there, first fight of the night.
Yes, Khabib's there, yeah?
Huh?
Is he going to be in the corner of Islam and Usman?
More than likely, yeah. And then there's Joe Rogan right now. He's in the cage right now. There's Khabib in the background, sort of handing instructions to Olenbek. Maybe it's a little English pointers there. Khabib looks out for them with everything, including interviews. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, especially the English portion. You know, brother, listen, I'm best English speaker in this team. You must listen to me, okay? This is what you say. You say you're going to smash, you're going to dash, and you're going to go and win. That's it. That's what you say. That's how he instructs his guys, you know?
Yeah.
You seen that little airplane controversy?
Yeah, what was that all about? Why? That was racist, isn't it?
Well, so here's the thing, right? If you're sitting in the emergency row, right? The flight attendant wants to ask you, hey, are you going to be able to help people? Now, look, with Khabib, you got to understand, right? There's a cultural barrier there, okay? If this lady was talking to us, it's pretty coherent for us. Like, okay, you know what? Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'll help everybody out. No problem. You know, and then I would say, yes, I would do it. You would say you would do it with no problem. With Khabib, there's cultural context involved, right? Like, well, what do you mean that I'm going to help somebody? And then on top of that, these flight attendants, they're working long hours. They're dealing with different passengers going in and out of the plane. So therefore, their stress level is going to be high, and then the communication is going to come out at a very low frequency. So that's what I think happened here.
All right.
And yeah, I think that's just what it is. It was a miscommunication, and just people being agitated at the same time.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
That wasn't fair for me.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's a slight, sense of inconvenience, right?
Yeah.
But yo, check this out, Zane. You want to know why they were there in that position in the first place? I want you to think about it like this, right? Khabib is such a humble human being, right? That he believes in the philosophy of nobody is bigger than the program. So, in other words, had he flown first class, because there is no emergency exits there, they're not going to ask anything out of you. Had you flown in a private jet, like you should as a superstar that you are, you wouldn't have this problem. But because you decided, to live humbly and to live like everybody else, well, guess what? You're going to get treated like everybody else. This is also the reason why rich people don't take these types of, weird flights. You know what I mean? Like Tier and this and that. I mean, dude, listen. Khabib got more money than me, but I would never fly, Frontier. You know what I mean? Like for him, he doesn't care. He's like, okay, it was the next plane available. Let's go. He's like, bro, let's go. It's next plane. We go. That mentality. But unfortunately, if you want to go travel with the normal people, you're going to get treated like the normal people. And superstars don't like to be treated like that. But with Khabib, I got to tell you, the one thing that you got out of this is it showed a lot of his humility.
Yeah.
And his humility is the only reason why we were here in the first place. But by the end of it, he got to LA with no problem. He waited at the airport for 5 hours. Sure, that's a massive inconvenience. But, what's a little cell phone and, and some headphones can't fix at a 5-hour, delay, right? Because if I'm going to be in an airport stuck somewhere, guess what I'm going to be listening to? I'm going to be listening to Zane Musa Boxing Dosage with all his predictions on the coming up fights on the next week and the next week after that. Or watch Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA right here. Watch all the different videos I have and different stories that I got going on. Hey, man, there's a lot of different ways to kill time in the airport. So it wasn't the biggest inconvenience in the world. But it was inconvenience that sort of tested his patience.
Yeah.
His patience and his humility, more importantly.
Yeah.
So shout outs to Khabib, because if anything, what it taught us was that he's a humble man.
Yep.
Hey, can you hear the music in the background?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure, I'm kind of giving the show a different, vibe nowadays. You know what I mean? Kind of adding a little bit of some flair and jazzy to it,
Yeah.
Give it like that sports feeling, of like BT Sports, TNT Sports, Sky Sports feeling. You know what I mean?
No, I dig it. It's good.
But yeah, man. So that's what we learned out of that whole situation is that Khabib is a very humble man, and you know what? He could have easily, like, just went off on his lady on some tip, like, man, do you know I could buy your airline, and then by the next day have you out of a job? You know what I mean? But he didn't do that. He didn't do that. The brother stayed humble.
Yeah.
You know, now you imagine if that was Connor. What do you mean, you fucking, what do you mean? You know what I mean? I would buy this whole entire thing. You know what I mean? They'd have you fired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's Connor in a nutshell. That's what he would do. That's what most people would do. Man, I don't know what I would do in that situation. I don't know if I would be calm or I would crash out or feel some kind of injustice or just let my ego, get the best of me. But not Khabib, man. He stood tall in more ways than one.
Mm.
You know, and ultimately, maybe that's the ultimate lesson we're going to learn out of this whole entire weekend.
Mm.
You know, but so far so good. You know, he got that win over, over Carpenter. You know, that's one win tonight already on for Khabib. He'll go undefeated tonight. I think Khabib will go undefeated tonight.
You think so?
Yeah, Omar, Olenbeck, Islam.
I hope so.
Easy work.
You think so?
Easy work. Yeah, easy work. Easy work. Especially for Islam.
Inshallah, bro.
Omar is easy work, but people don't know it yet because
Hey, I want your prediction on the Hamza Shiraz fight. Let's get your prediction now.
Who is he fighting?
Carlos Adames. You know, Anthony Joshua said he's going to lose.
What's his problem with Hamza Shiraz, bro? I mean, he's not talking boxing by saying that, is he?
He thinks Adames will beat Hamza Shiraz.
Does he train with him? Is that why?
I'm not sure. But remember, His Excellency gave his predictions.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know what, man? Why would Joshua say that?
No, Hamza's going to win, inshallah, man.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm curious now why Joshua would say that. You know, I mean, do you have a problem?
Joshua's a hater.
Huh?
He looks like he seems like he's a hater, man.
Right. He kind of
because you know Hamza's got the star power now. He's gonna become something, you know, in the future. He can become a superstar, you know, like on the likes of Canelo and that, you know.
Yes. So why hate on that? I mean, like your time was there as Anthony Joshua.
What it is, he's a British fighter, innit? And usually the British fighters back to British. And in this case, I don't know if he did it. So obviously.
Yeah, that's weird, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, you'd either have to train with this guy or had, some kind of, good, relationship with this guy to say that.
Yeah. But
that's so weird. That, man, I don't know, man. What's going on? Joshua is a hater.
Because Hamza did give him a lot of respect as well, like when he was talking about AJ. And he said he modeled his career around AJ as well, like, you know, he looked up to him and that, you know, so it's kind of, but it's okay, like, everyone's got an opinion, innit? And
yeah, AJ don't feel the same way.
He's just got to prove it more, you know?
AJ's like, nah, you ain't winning against this guy. All right, man. We'll see.
AJ can't say shit, man. He's been hit too hard by the ball.
Yeah, bro. You know what? I think he's badly damaged after Dubois.
Yeah. Fact, bro.
I don't think. Yeah, man. Look, I just think there's certain career shots you take that you'll never recover from again. And yeah, this is one of them.
Yeah, of course.
All right, well, here we go, guys. Next fight on the card coming up. Ricky Turquoise, Team Alpha Male Sacramento Zone versus Bernardo Stoppage from Brazil. All right, so Stoppage has been introduced now. All right, here we go. Ricky Turquoise. Frank Trigg, the former challenger of the 170 division, is now a referee. Fun fact, the referee of the fight right now got into a fight with Bruce Buffer in a hotel back in the mid-2000s.
No way.
Yeah, yeah, man. You know, he hooked off on Bruce Buffer, and Bruce Buffer couldn't believe it. So Bruce Buffer started fighting back, and they just got into you know, a small little brawl inside an elevator with Dana White inside the elevator, witnessing all of it.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's referee, as a former title challenger. He's now referee, and Bruce Buffer is the one, you know, ring announcing the fight, and they just ran across each other right there. It's kind of like, you know, interesting. You know what I mean?
Mm.
No one is bringing that up. It's certainly not Joe Rogan. They probably told him, "Listen, Joe, don't bring up the fight. Whatever you do not bring up the elevator fight between Frank Trigg and Bruce Buffer. Don't ever bring it up. Bad for business." Meanwhile, they got it on UFC Fight Pass, like those little cartoons where they tell like stories. It's right there, like Frank Trigg and the Frank Trigg street fight with Bruce Buffer is right there in cartoon form. Matter of fact, let me see if I could pull this up. No, you know what? Let's not. I think that's a UFC Fight Pass content, so that's definitely gonna get flagged.
Yeah, for sure, man.
But yeah, look it up. Frank Trigg and Bruce Buffer street fight, or Bruce Buffer elevator street fight.
Okay.
All right, so far, very good job on some low kicks by Turquoise and some counter shots right there by Stoppage. Turquoise is looking to volumize his performance here, adding a lot of volume, whereas Stoppage is really careful with the way that he picks his shots. And that's sort of reflective right now going into this fight with 2 minutes, 22 seconds left of the first round. Nice knee up top right there by Stoppage in a clinch position. Now Turquoise is back in the double leg position, push Stoppage up against the fence. Clinch grappling each other up. Yeah, Turquoise really trying to hold on to Stoppage here. All right, good scrambling exchanges here. All right, so Turquoise is in the butterfly guard position right now, trying to get up as Stoppage is keeping him down. Good job right there. Wall walking up against the fence, now into the body lock position, trying to reverse up out of it. Nice elbow right in the close range right there. 20 seconds, 19 in the first round. Ooh, nice, man. Turquoise is really trying to brawl here, move forward. And again, just like what I was saying earlier, Stoppage is trying to pick his shots, but then he gets suckered into these wild exchanges because of Turquoise's rhythm and fast pace that he's going at. All right, so there it is. That is the end of round number 1.
Who won that round?
I'd have to give that one to Clayton. Yeah, I'd say Clayton Carpenter won that one.
Yeah.
All right, so round number 2 coming up. All right, round number 2 right here. All right, round number 2, Stoppage and Ricky Turquoise. All right, so Turquoise circling around, getting walked down by Stoppage. And every time he lunges forward, he looks like he's switching stances and then moving to the side while doing it, and then disguising those little low kicks, sort of like this very unusual, unorthodox, unathletic looking style of Ricky Turquoise, but it works. Right? Some of the benefits that you get with training in Team Alpha Male out here in Sacramento is you get different looks of different styles of fighters. Sometimes when you go to certain camps, you'll see just one style of fighter or a couple of different styles of fighters that camp is known for. Team Alpha Male, because we're such an international team, we got dudes from China. You know, I was just in there with Song Yadong not too long ago, a couple of days ago. I was there with his cousin who he brought in from China. So they got all these guys from around the world. They got Welsh fighters, UK fighters, they got South African fighters. You get all types of styles when you are in Team Alpha Male. And Ricky Turquoise is sort of, showing that right now, being able to sort of keep up with the counter shots of Stoppage. So right now, second round, 315, 312, 311 in the second round. Ooh, nice. 1-2 shot by Stoppage coming in. Yeah, man, very fast paced they're putting on right now for sure. What is that?
Sorry, man. It's my phone. Yeah, sorry. Phone.
Oh, that was your phone? Oh.
All good now, bro.
What was that?
All good, all good. Yeah. Okay. What's happening in the fight?
Just a whole lot of clinch exchanges between these two. So, yeah. All right, that's the end of the second round. Going into the third round now.
Who won that round?
I'd have to say, yeah, I'd have to say turquoise on that one. Yeah, I'd give that one a turquoise. So it's a little tied up right now, 1-1.
It's a 3-round fight.
Yeah, 3-round fight. Yeah. All right. Next round, round 3 coming up. Oh, man, he got hit with that body shot right there, and Turquoise is down.
Oh, shit.
We're in the third round right now. Yeah, this is big. This was big for Turquoise. I'm sorry, for Stoppage.
They could do that. How's it going, bro?
Pretty good so far. Turquoise recovered from that shot, and now he's fighting back now. But yeah, very even round, very even fight right now.
Yeah.
Very even fight for sure. Yeah, this is a very even fight. Okay, he's got his back right now. Stoppage has his back.
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Yep.
Do you think there's any chance Umar submits Merab tonight?
Yeah, there's a good chance he does that. There is a good chance he does that. Like if Merab makes a mistake and gets his back taken, or he gives up an arm, maybe even a leg lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great possibility. Sure.
Mm.
I'll buy that. That's a great possibility that could happen. I think that is I think that's a bigger chance than a knockout by Umar. But Umar can knock people out at his weight class, though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he can knock people out cold. So.
How's it going then in this fight?
So Stoppage in the third round, he's getting most of the significant strikes. Turquoise is being aggressive, but yeah, I think Stoppage is getting the best of this fight.
Okay.
Oh, nice low kick. Ooh, that was out of nowhere. All right, so that is the end of the fight. Good fight between Turquoise and Stoppage. I'm going to play this real quick. This is Shout outs to you remember Dave, right? You know, the other homie that I had on here. You know, that one homie that I don't have beef with because I had beef with the other one that I brought in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So shout outs to Dave. He made a short about Cameron
Yeah.
and Jim Jones about starting Pink because, hey, peep game, right? Back in the days, there was very few dudes that was wearing pink. And yeah, well, check this out. This is some interesting content by Dave right here. Shout outs to Dave. Hold on, let me mark this on the timestamp. All right. So while we await the decision with these guys, let's watch this real quick.
But in the hood, we gotta remember
what we wearing was
I created the aesthetic
okay.
for the diplomats. You heard? Dan and Cam's pink. You heard? Hits up.
No.
But in the hood, we gotta remember that's the tone. Like when you say stuff like that. Somebody in the hood will say it, but then there's somebody that's famous. Sometimes the people that make it famous is not necessarily the people that make it up.
Well, when I was growing up, I know Dipset started that movement with that wearing pink. There's a debate there, so we want to see who's really the one that started it. Was it Cameron or was it Jim Jones, the capo?
Send it in the comments, people. We want to know who started it, Jim Jones or was it Nas? Was it Nas on Street Dreams when he had that blaze on?
Oh, pause. Hold up. That is true, though. Nas was one of the first people that wore pink right around that time. All right, for sure. Okay, let's keep going on that one.
Big blazer where he was copying Robert De Niro from Casino. Y'all never seen Street Dreams before? Check it out. Definitely the first person I seen wearing pink was Nas.
Well, now I'm gonna tell you the truth. In my opinion,
who made it famous? That's what
my opinion, Dipset started it. I don't know if it was Jimmy or was Cameron. I know Dipset started that way because when I was growing up, nobody was rocking pink until they came. Dipset came and they started rocking the bandanas.
All right, shout out to Dave Tavares from the. Let me get this right because it's a handful to say his podcast. Sometimes the Pretty Lie, Ugly Truth podcast by Cinematic Brothers on his page right here. You guys can check out this page right here. Don't forget to like and subscribe on this page so you can check out content from my man Dave. He was on this show during the Mike Tyson and the Jake Paul fight. And another fella was also on that show that day who I'm no longer cool with. It's a good little story that we might get into later down the road, later down the night. You never know. Stay tuned. You never know what we'll talk about right around here. But yeah, shout out to my man right there. And shout out to Stoppage. He just won that fight right now while we were reacting to Dave's short here of who started the pink between Cameron and Jim Jones. So on to the next fight right now. Nakamura versus Gafarov. A Tajikistan fight. I got Gafarov in this one. This is, I believe, this is an undefeated Japanese prospect. So he's got some pretty good knockout power on his hands right here. So. Yeah, man. So speaking of that clip that Dave made, you know, man, I remember Dipset, man, was big back in the days, even in your part of the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Remember
for sure.
SAS?
Yeah, Dipset was big back in the days in the UK.
And they had SAS 2 on top of it,
Yeah,
which really
yeah.
gave more credibility in that part of the world.
Yeah. American rap was popular back in the days in the UK.
How about now? I think they're kind of leaning more towards the local acts nowadays, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Now it's kind of changed a bit, but still, like, it had a big influence in the UK. The people that was rapping in American accents, you know?
All right, man.
What's
So
the next fight?
was that?
What's the next fight?
All right. So the next fight we got coming up is hold on, let's see here. Oh yeah. Mumin versus Nakamura. That's the next fight. And then Carlo Rosa and Ellen Perez. All right, so let's see here. Let's see what I said about this fight. Let me. What did I say about Nakamura? Okay, let's play this versus Muin Gafarov. You know what? This is going to be a surprise matchup, right? I think I'm going to go with Muin Gafarov. I think that even though Renai is undefeated, we got to take a look at what sort of experience this guy has coming in here. What kind of 9-0 is he really? Right? He's an amateur wrestler. Okay, fights out of Japan, fought in the road to the UFC, which is sort of like Dana White's Contender Series in Asia. So he fought really nobody, right? And now he's taking on this guy who has a little bit of more experience and bigger names, sort of say, right? Let's take a look at Mumin and who he's fought, right? Let's see how experienced he is as compared to the Japanese. So he's a Tajikistani fighter, fought in ONE FC, fought in LFA, fought in ACB, so he's fought around the world. He's fought Saeed Nurmagomedov. He's got submitted by him, lost to John Castaneda, lost to Chad by split decision. John Lineker. See, there's some big names right there. Leonardo Issa. So, yeah, I think his experience is going to go a long way here. I'm going to go with him by decision, right? I just don't think that Renai has really been tested in his career yet. And I think that even though he's talented enough to hang in there with Mumin, but I think Mumin is going to take this just based on his experience with bigger names and being in a bigger show. Not to say that Renai hasn't, but you know what they say, the UFC is a completely different level of things. So that's that. So, okay, let's see. What do we know about Ricky Turquoise? Hey, Ricky Turquoise is from Houston. Let's take a look at some of his. All right, so next fight's coming up right now. By the way, the trusted website in mixed martial arts, Tapology. Team Alpha male fighter right here out of Sacramento, by the way. Has a Bellator experience, coming off of a loss from Raul Rojas Jr. And then coming off of a win by Kevin Navidad, has a loss over Ayman Zahabi. Now let's take a look at his dance partner, Bernardo Stoppage, straight out of Sweden, the Lion King. Good record, 11-3. Let's take a look at what his past losses were. Okay, he's got a decision loss. All right, so next fight coming up right now. Here we go. All right, round one. Muin Gafarov taking on Renai Nakamura. They shake hands in the beginning. Yeah, Nakamura's got some serious leg muscles on him. Sort of has that knockout power that Inoue has going on, that Japanese knockout power. You know about that, right, Zane? You know, that dude is a monster, right? Who can beat that dude at that weight class?
He's unstoppable right now, man.
Yeah, nobody's
really
messing with him.
good. He's really good. He's fighting him in a few weeks. 2 weeks time.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah, he was meant to fight Sam Goodman, but he pulled out.
When another Monday card, another Tuesday morning, you know, some weird, you know, part of the week and day, you know, what type of card again?
That's a Friday. I believe it's next Friday.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's an early one, yeah. Time zone. It's mad in Japan. Because he only fights in Japan.
Hmm.
How's the fight going?
Pretty fast pace so far. Very fast pace, I would say.
Okay.
But you know, it's very good boxing on the part of Nakamura. He's got good head movement. Gafarov has good head movement. But by the way, I'm gonna say, you know what? This era of MMA has the best boxing in terms of technique. Right? Back in the days, bro, a lot of people in MMA were just not good with their hands. They just relied a lot, obviously, on their feet and relied a lot on takedowns and submissions and all of that. But, you know, boxing has really evolved in MMA over the past decade for sure.
For sure, bro.
Primarily because they started training boxers. And I think ultimately that's what did it. You know, the training with boxers and yeah.
Sure.
Ooh, nice overhand right while he caught the kick by Mumin. Now let's see if the veteran savviness of Gafarov is going to help him in this one against the 9-0 Nakamura. Yeah, not even a single attempt of wrestling from Nakamura yet. And he is, ooh, that was a nice spinning heel kick right there. Was practicing that same kick earlier that Mumin just threw. Ooh, that's good. Overhand right over the undefeated Japanese. Now he's going for ground and pound position. Oh, he's looking to finish. He's in a stacked guard position right now. Now he's back into the full guard position of Gafarov. And Nakamura is just sort of holding on from the ground. See, this is the interesting thing about wrestlers, right? They fight a little bit differently off their back than the jiu-jitsu fighters because obviously jiu-jitsu guys are best at fighting off their back. But wrestlers, sometimes if you put them on their back, it's like as if you're putting a turtle on their back. They don't know how to deal with it because they only know how to deal with being the guy on top. And that's sort of what we're experiencing right now because Nakamura wrestled for the Japanese national team. You know, that's how high level of a wrestler he is. And Japan is one of the biggest countries when it comes to wrestling. next to Iran, the United States, and Russia. They're right up there in the wrestling department. All right, that round I'm going to give to Stoppage. I'm sorry, not wrong fight. I'm just Muin. Muin, I'm going to give that one to Muin on the first round.
Is there a 3-round fight?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, yeah, that one I got wrong. The Ricky Turquoise and the Stoppage fight. But what do you expect, right? I'm going to go with my guy. You know what I mean? So that's that. All right, I got that one wrong. All right. Oh, nice spinning heel kick right there by Nakamura. Yeah, so everything that ooh, he just rocked him on that one. Good knee to the head. He was going for a high kick, but then he hit him with a knee. There's a high kick right there by Mumin, the Tajikistani fighter. Yeah, really surprised Nakamura didn't try any takedowns on this one. All right, 235, 234, 233 in the second round for those that are syncing up right now. Ooh, nice spinning back kick by All right, guys, here we go. First fight of the evening. Let's get going right here. Let's go. 457, 257, 2 hours, 2 hours and 57 minutes is the official time of this live stream right here. 2 hours and 57 minutes. So we are now witnessing Avila taking on Cavalcanti. All right, so 6-fight winning streak. Looking to be a champion, huh? Well, get in line, right? What everybody in the roster wants to do. But sometimes within these prelims, you start seeing the people that really emerge as the top contenders, and rightfully so. All right, good 1-2 shots right there. That's a very interesting choice when it comes to picking camps, right? What they're talking about in their commentary, because you got to have trainers that are willing to cater to your needs as a fighter. Very good jabs here by Cavalcanti so far. And the leg kicks on Avila right now at about 10 leg kicks going on right now. That's very true with what Felder and Daniel Cormier are talking about. When you are moving up at a certain level, it does get completely harder, and putting somebody away isn't just as easy as a 1-2 shot or a lucky counter. But to be fair, there's not a lot of finishes in the women's division, to be quite honest with you. And a lot of you guys know that. All right. Ooh, she's tagging her up right now. Good leg kicks right there by Cavalcanti, but back at it with Avila. Oh, good shots right here by Cavalcanti. good combinations here. All right, at the end of that round, I'm going to have to give that one to Avila. Avila for that one. All right, here we go. We are at round number 2 right now. After this round, we're going to read the comments that I had missed earlier, mostly from Andrew Nance there. All right, so here we go. Cavalcanti back at it with the jab again, backing away as she's backing away, hitting Avila with some counter shots, and now she's on her right here, constantly keeping up with some jabs at her, while she's also sort of driving her hips back and forth to sort of set up fakes and feints. And this is sort of the modern concept of mixed martial arts now, using a lot of feints and fakes, which, by the way, was not very present in the early mixed martial arts, or even if you look back in the old Muay Thai fights back in Thailand back in the days. Nice high kick right there by Cavalcanti, starting it up with a front kick to the face. All right, so still with the maintenance of the 1-2 shots that Cavalcanti is throwing, it is as if yeah, it is as if she's it's her go-to against Avila right now. Oh, nice one. Nice front kick right there by Cavalcanti. She mixes those right in between just some kicks as well. A very good mix up by Cavalcanti. And then every time he's coming forward, she backs up with the jab. And Avila, what she seems to be doing is mirroring what Cavalcanti is doing, but doesn't have the feints and fakes that Cavalcanti has right now. There's a leg kick right there by Avila. Another body kick. Now she shoots in for a single leg. Oh, but then she goes and takes her down. Okay, there's blood coming out of Avila right now. I'm been calling her Avila, but I think Avila is probably the more appropriate pronunciation. Nonetheless, bleeding out of her head right now, probably from an elbow shot from the bottom. Or where is it? Was it from right on the eyebrow? That was a shot right on the eyebrow that caused that for her. Yeah, really good job by Cavalcanti of just not allowing Avila to sort of posture up in this position. Because once you posture up in this position, you can be very dangerous with the long range shots that you could throw rather than, let's say, if they're keeping your head down close to them in a full guard position. Okay, now Avila's trying to scramble out in this position right now. All right, time. Yeah, her face is bloodied up right now. Real bloodied up. I mean, yeah, that is a one bloodied up face. I'm going to have to give that to Cavalcanti again, even though there were some moments for Avila on top right there, but the blood does not look good. All right, here we go. Third and final round between these two ladies. Yeah, the cut on Avila is so bad right now. It is so bad. Ooh, good 1-2 shot by Cavalcanti right there. Cavalcanti, sorry, that's the proper way to pronounce her name. Mostly head strikes here, whereas with Avila, she emphasized a lot more to the legs. Now, will those leg kicks affect her eventually? Doesn't seem like it right now, but I tell you what, you kick those legs enough, like what she's doing right now, it's going to have some kind of effect somewhere down the line. All right, so a little over 3 minutes left into the third round right now. All right, there we go. Now a little brawling action right here with just under 2 minutes left. High kick right there by Avila, missed. All right, good 1-2 shot right there by Avila. Ooh, good one. Switching stances right there by Cavalcanti. 50 seconds left into the third round. Still continuing on with those jabs. And Avila still going to the leg kicks. Actually, no. Not really. There it is. Going to the leg kicks, but then also sort of trying to brawl with her, maybe out of desperation because she knows that she's losing this fight. And we got about 30 seconds left into the third round. Swinging away at the end, and that is the end of the fight between these ladies. We will be back for the decision between this fight. And let's read the comments from earlier. Shout out to Andrew Nance. He says, I love this. Just to give you guys context, what he's talking about, what he loves, we showed a little Cali crash out stream earlier. What happened was that we were showing a car chase, and they got away. Grand Theft Auto Baby. Walk the popo, he said. I'm assuming this guy is probably from the English or British Isles with the way that pronunciation is. This crazy gangsters. Yup. Good riding. Pack riding. Yeah, that was one of the most exciting car chases that I've ever seen, man. And you only get it right here on Kyrie El-Kheer MMA, the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Conference call podcast. Daggy's Rider. Yup. Drug smuggles. Guru. Yup. So yeah, guys, don't be shy to comment. Let me know what you guys think about the commentary and this and that. All right, we're going to find out the official decision right now. Said that she tried her best to get this finish, but she said that she was really tough and she really wanted to get the knockout on this one, but that wasn't the case. So a little analysis on this fight between Cavalcanti and Avila, right? So Avila was doing a very good job of the leg kicks that she had going on. However, it wasn't enough. The aggression, the consistency, and the jabs that Cavalcanti had going on was just way too much for her by the end of it all. So, oh wow, okay, how about this? This is her last fight now. She is now retiring, and then she gets the mic time with Daniel Cormier. How about this? First fight of the night, loses by decision. Hey, look, I tell you what, I don't agree necessarily with having the person who lost the fight get a mic time, but I think that she sort of gave a good account of herself. Look, here's the thing with women's MMA. It's very hard to get a finish with women's MMA. I think it's because it's a combination of the growing skills that they have going on in the divisions, whether that would be 115, 125, 135, maybe even the 145s around the world. And then there's even heavyweight divisions in Japan. And you've seen Clarissa Shields have a heavyweight division in boxing, which she recently won an undisputed championship. However, the evolving skills within women's MMA, I think, is a contributing factor into why there's not a lot of finishes going on. And quite frankly, also just the natural predisposition, physiology behind it. There are some that have a serious knockout power, but then there's a lot that just don't. And this is just one of those situations that come with that. So, yeah, that is my analysis for Avila and for Cavalcanti. And the next fight coming up right now, what is this? Who's fighting right now? I think some heavyweights that are fighting right now. All right, so Walker versus Mays. Okay, that's what we got coming up next is Walker versus Mays. All right, Walter Walker from Brazil. He is the brother of who I believe is Johnny Walker, huh? Oh man, he was about to pull off his whole entire pants by accident. All right, look at his back right there. Looks like he's had some cupping going on, which is sort of a good sign that Walker is very much in tune with his recovery. This is a very underrated thing that a lot of fighters missed out on, is having good recovery, and he's doing a very good job of putting that into a priority in his training modules. Now being cornered by his brother. So guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, share, tell a friend, and yeah. All right, so Dontel Mays is now walking out into the cage right now from Louisville, Kentucky. So apparently he's been using a lot of wrestling in this camp, which this is going to play out for him. Will he use it? Will he remain and give himself good top position? Yeah, so will he remain and control top position as this goes on? Look at this. He's got a little bit of some Louis Vuitton tattoos here. All right, so Dontel Mays has now entered the cage in the Apex Center. All right. Oh, wow, look at this. He went and did some little wrestling drills, little takedown drills, all the way towards Dontel Mays. But as you know, Dontel Mays is ready for this because he's been wrestling the whole entire camp. So now the music comes off. I'm going to do something a little different now. I'm going to just turn off the music when the fights are on. And when the fights are off, I'm going to have them on. Let's go. They're about to fight right now. All right, here we go. Round one. All right, here we go. Now just a little measurement of each other right now. 4:43. Oh, look at this. Walker shooting in. Wow, and he got him down straight away. He signaled from the very beginning that he was going to take him down when he was doing those shoot wrestling drills right in front of him at the announcement. All right, so now maintaining top control position right now on the part of Walker. Oh, how about this? He's going for a leg lock right here. Yeah, he's gotten a heel hook in his last contest. Is he going to get this? Oh, wow. Dontel has now he has been submitted. That's very good. Very good on Walker, man. Wow, 2 heel hooks in a row. He sees the leg and then he just knew that it was open. And you know what? To be fair to Dontel Mays, he may not have expected this. He was expecting that perhaps, you know what? Maybe he should have. I mean, considering that this guy has been heel hooking people left and right for every fight, and now Dontel Mays has now become the next victim of Walker's heel hook. So there we go. All right, so we just now await the decision and the mic time between them. All right, here we go. The decision. Official time for Walker here. Submission heel hook. What is the time? So he gets the takedown off of the striking right here. Gets the heel hook. Yeah, Dontel Mays just did not expect it at all. He just went right in there. He said, I smashed these guys, bro. He's asking him about the issues he had with his shorts. Saying, hey, let me take the bonus so that I can help my family and this and that. He said he wants to fight more often. All right. I like this energy from this guy. There's Johnny Walker right there. All right. Oh, wow, look at this. Him and Johnny Walker having a little wrestling session in the cage right now after the fight. All right, good job on Walker. Moving on up in the world right now. All right, so this out, right? This is what I got going on for Walker and Hayes. Very simple. Shoots in, goes in there, takes him down, and then out of nowhere, he goes and looks for the heel hook, right? Just like what he did in his last fight. Dontel may have seen it, but he didn't, and that's the name of the game, and that's how it rolled, that's how it ended, and that was what it was by the end of the day. But I tell you what, a lot of these heavyweights are going to have to look out for for Walker, just like what Hayes had to look out for Walker tonight. But they really got to look out for Walker with those heel hooks, because he can catch it at any time. Whether you're on top of him, let's say you're a dominant wrestler and you're on top of him, he can catch you with those heel hooks. If he's on top, he's now demonstrated that he can do that to you right on top position. And if you go anywhere near his legs, or if he has his legs anywhere near yours and he can get that figure four locked right in, man, you may not be able to escape. And I don't know, man. I just don't see a lot of heavyweights working a lot on heel hooks or leg locks. This guy does. It's going to be a very dangerous person to deal with. So, shout outs to Hayes for trying, but by the end of the day, a guy like Walker is going to be dangerous on the ground, especially with these evolving heel hooks he's got going on. You know how it is in a video game, right? Whenever you lock in a submission, you unlock the next star and the next star. He's right now on the 5-star level of heel hooks. That's how dangerous he is. But as for Hayes, I think we can move on after this. Get a fight from another heavyweight, an exciting fight where he doesn't have to deal with somebody that has this type of submission prowess, and get into brawls and get into hard-nosed fights, or maybe even display some of his wrestling skills in his next fight. But tonight, it was Walker's night, and then how about just right after, him and his brother get into a little wrestling match right after the fight. So, good practice, good leg lock, and moving on to the next fight. All right, so Smith versus Morales. All right, here we go. Morales versus Smith coming up right now. Thomas Swales asks, are you streaming the fights? I am doing a play-by-play of the fights right now. So if you are at work, or if you are at a wedding, or if you are at a function, you are in the right place, because I'm going to be giving you live play-by-play reactions and just sort of set up new rules here in the chat. I'm going to be turning off the music when the fights are happening, but in between the fights, I'm going to have the music playing, have a nice little elevator music vibe going on here. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, check out some of my videos. I got a breakdown of Khamzat and Rodrigues. I'm going to show you right now, just so I can show you the work of my channel and the work of your time for you to pay attention to it. The most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Let's get it. Here we go. Rodrigues versus Khamzat Chimaev. By the end of this video, I'm going to show you who's graffiti on this wall, but for now, we got some news to talk about. Specifically, with Khamzat Chimaev now signing to fight Rodrigues. We're going to talk about the psychology. We're going to talk about the physical breakdowns, the techniques, and the prediction of the fight, if I can give it this early. But either way, here we are. Khamzat finally getting a title shot after years of struggle. And with struggle, it came in the situation of, let's say, the pandemic. He had COVID. He had serious issues. he had serious issues in trying to get better. He had underlining physical immune issues that really affected his COVID in a much different way than everybody else, right? So he was really messed up. Like, he was coughing up blood. He was speculating that perhaps maybe he had cancer. I mean, these are really serious matters at hand when you're dealing with Khamzat, right? Well, now he rose above that, started fighting again, but he was limited into where he was fighting. He was fighting in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, in Abu Dhabi, or at least he was supposed to fight in Saudi Arabia with the Robert Whitaker fight that had fell off, and only for Ali Askarov, a guy that he knocked out previously in the regional scenes, to come in there and follow suit into the whole situation of replacements and whatnot. Khamzat finally comes back. He gets a win over Robert Whitaker, and now we're left wondering if this is a good matchup for him and Dricus du Plessis. And I believe that it is. Is it a good matchup for Khamzat? That we don't know. But what I believe is that it's a good matchup for both of them. And let me explain why. Dricus relies a lot on his physical attributes. You know who else relies a lot on their physical attributes is Khamzat Chimaev. So you're dealing with two powerhouses, not only on the power side, guys that have knockout power, guys that have wrestling power, wrestling skills, but ultimately I think this is where Khamzat is going to shine a whole lot better than Dricus du Plessis. We're going to get to the technique of it. Let's get to the psychological side. The reason why this fight is going to be so good and so entertaining, but also extremely competitive, is because Dricus is the only guy that can realistically go in there and handle somebody like Khamzat. The physicality, the fact that he has this attribute of having a high cardio based on the way that he trains under the sauna, under hot conditions, and not only that, in high elevation as well. All of this combination for Dricus du Plessis is really important in making him a whole lot more unique than everybody else. And then on top of that, the way that he fights, it's very much unpredictable. There is no rhythm. You see, when you learn how to fight from the very beginning of, let's say, a boxing gym or a Muay Thai gym, they teach you the basics, and there's rhythm. There's rhythm that goes into it. And sometimes when you go with the rhythm, you sort of understand where the guy is coming to go next. Okay? That's rhythm. You learn it in Taekwondo, especially in karate, when you are doing katas, you're doing forms and things of this nature. You develop a very predictable style in nature. So in turn, what we got with Dricus du Plessis is a guy that has no windup. He'll literally just throw shots out of nowhere like this, switch stances, kick, and then out of nowhere, he'll throw like body kicks out of nowhere like that, and it doesn't even look pretty. It's just out there like that with no wind up to anything. That's Dricus in the way that he fights. Now with Khamzat, there isn't really a whole lot of rhythm in the way that he fights either, but the way that he fights, it is as if you can't do anything about it once he shoots a All right, here we go. Fight between Vince Morales and Smith coming up right now. And 8, Vince Morales taking on Smith. All right, let's go. Music comes off. Let's get this action started. All right, here we go. Morales white. And by the way, if you want to check out the entirety of that video, check out Khamzat versus DDP, the psychological and technical breakdown of that particular matter. All right, so Smith is backed up against the cage while Morales is moving forward on him, but is doing a very good job at jabbing him while he's backing away. See, if you got a good jab, you can get away with backing up into the cage, but you also have to sort of circle your way out of that danger because you can be susceptible to getting shot on with a double leg takedown or just getting cornered with some hard shots or some body shots coming your way. All right, good kicks right there by Smith. Good. Oh, nice jab out of nowhere by Morales there. Oh, I believe that is a low kick right there, and they had to call a timeout on that one. All right, so a little timeout on that one. Boom. Yeah, he's looking to take some time for that one right there. Those are some hard shots that he had experienced. Yeah, so as he was changing direction, Morales was already committed to that kick, and hence the mistake that we are witnessing right now. All right, how is he feeling right now? Let's see. Oh, wow. Yeah, so we are like going into the 2-minute mark right now with the official timeout. Okay, he's ready. He's ready. He's ready. Hey, music shut. All right, he's ready. Oh, wait, is he going to continue to? No, 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 not yet. Not yet. A little 20 seconds up right. Okay, he's ready. He's ready. He's ready. He's on the Bud Light corner. Oh, how about that? Bud Light and Budweiser. Not that I'm a beer drinker or anything, but it's just interesting to see that that is their two official sponsors. If you remember Brock Lesnar back in the day. All right, there we go. He's got like the Korean flag, Smith, tatted on his shoulder. Very interesting there. The Korean flag has some interesting looking stripes in her flag. Okay, there we go. Now he's feeling really rejuvenated because 2-minute rest like that is very helpful, especially if you're a very explosive fighter. Okay, that was close. He was flying in the air, Smith, and then got hit with a front kick, which almost hit the middle part again. So Okay, now we got some. Oh wow. Okay, he got right in there. Yeah, they're literally one apiece with infringements on each other right now. So, how about that? All right, he's going to give him a warning for that one. All right, here we go. Round number 1 continues on. Ooh. Oh, look at this. What is he pointing at? Maybe trying to create a distraction, catches the leg there, and then goes for an overhand right straight away. Nice stance switching right here by Smith. And a little short leg kicks right there on his part. Those are some really good ones right there. Yeah, Smith's doing a very good job of the feints that he's got going on. Oh, there we go. Shoots in for a takedown. Very good speed on Smith. Look at this. Very explosive. All right, there we go. This is an ESPN blockbuster. All right, so here we go. Round number 2. Nice head kick right there by Smith. Nice. Another double leg shot right there. Look, he's picking him up and bang, slams him right on the ground. Really beautiful slam right there by Smith. Again, Smith's very explosive. He uses it in his strikes. He uses it in his wrestling. Now he's using it in his jiu-jitsu, taking his back and forcing Smith to defend these positions right now. Very good job on Smith. Oh, he's getting it. He's getting it. He's going to choke him. Oh, he's going to choke him. He's got it. He doesn't even have the body lock. Look how tight. Oh, he escapes. All right. Oh, but then here's Morales now with a guillotine of his own right in these scrambling exchanges. Yeah, doing a very good job of preventing him from advancing here. All right, there's Smith with a good takedown right there. Oh, wow, there it is. He's looking for a choke right there. Morales. He's got a necktie on Smith. Smith. Oh, this is going to get tight. This is going to get tight. Smith has to fight out of this. All right, yeah, Morales needs to make some adjustments here if he wants to get this. He's losing that grip right on his forearm right here. All right, now he's got him in a much deeper position right now. This is tight. Oh, this is tight. Is Smith going to go out? He's out. Out. Very good job on Smith. That was a huge scare right there if you were on the corner of Smith. He was close to getting submitted and showed another wrinkle to his game. So he showed he's got good striking, very fast, accurate boxing. He can take you down with ease and with speed. He's got great scrambles, as what we're witnessing right now, and he's got great submission defense. He's also got good submissions as well. He almost got that rear naked choke on him. And then here's Morales again, constantly going for these neckties. He's not playing around with these neckties. Oh, wow, he's got a Japanese necktie on Smith. Oh, and he lost it. Wow. Let me tell you, man, if you appreciate grappling, you're going to appreciate these scrambling exchanges between these two right now. Oh, wow. Good balance on him right here. All right, so that is the end of the second round. We're now going to go into the third round on that one. All right, here we go. Round number 3 between Smith and Morales right now. Yeah, very good boxing by Smith once again. What is I just read Turki El-Sheikh said that a 15-round fight should never happen. I'm about to share this right now and read to you my comments on this situation while we are covering Morales versus Smith right now. Ooh. He cut him bad with that uppercut right there. Good uppercut. Yeah, very good uppercut by Smith, and then takes him down right away. All right, yes, staying shots on him right here. So yeah, the 15-round fight with the Sheikh that he said, I agree with him. I agree because a 12-round fight is traditionally what I prefer, but even for the casuals, it's too much attention to detail with a short attention span generation. I mean, let's just be honest, right? The younger generations have a shorter attention span. Shorts and reels and all these other short contents have a lot to do with it. And then plus the dopamine high that we're constantly seeking every single second. But anyways, plus if you make a 15-round fight, you will see less explosive actions because the fighters at the championship world levels will just adjust the pace that isn't fan friendly to an entertainment package sport. So meantime, We got 1 minute and 30 seconds, 90 seconds, under 90 seconds left with Morales and Smith right now. Yeah, and Morales is definitely not fast enough to box with Smith right now. And then look at this. He's just still stinging away with these jabs constantly. Good job on Smith. Doing a very good job on handling this guy. And then the blood that's coming out of Morales right now is insane. Yeah, it's having a really lot of fun there. All right. All right, so here we go. Now he's trying to take him down at this position right here. And, oh, wow. And then right there, he takes him down in the end, but then Smith gets right back up. Oh, look at this. He's looking for a bulldog choke just right at the end with just about 6 seconds left. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, he's fighting. He's fighting to get out of it. All right. So there it is. There it is. In 10 seconds, I'm about to give you my breakdown analysis on this fight. In 10 seconds exactly. Or less than. All right, so here we go. Let's do a breakdown for that fight between Smith and Morales. There was a lot of good boxing jabs by Smith. He was so fast. This guy was so fast. He did whatever he wanted. If he wanted to shoot in on Morales, he was able to do that. He busted him up top with the constant jabs, the constant movements. And as far as Morales goes, he was doing pretty good in the scramble exchanges. Look at this. At the end of the fight, he took him down. He sort of slammed him in the end. Had great scrambles in every single part of the fight. But I think the Smith and his speed was just way too much. And this is the reason why I think he took the decision on this one. But great on Morales. So he did a very good job. But Smith was just a couple of seconds way quicker than Morales. And that's the way that it goes. So here we go. We are about to hear the official decision right now between Smith and Morales. And all the three judges scored it by unanimous decision. Elijah Smith. And he's elated right now because he almost did not expect that one. But once again, great scrambles on both of them. Both high-level guys, but the speed, once again, sometimes is just a factor between two different fighters. And even though their skills were the same, the speed is what took Elijah Smith to the decision cards on this one. He said that he always plays UFC fight and he envisions this. Great shout out to the video game. 6-fight win streak, 8-1 right now. Great job on the part of Elijah Smith. All right, so right after that, now moving on to the next upcoming fight. Takedown on you. And that right there, this is where the fight is going to be a difference maker for Khamzat. He's going to have the opportunity to take Dricus down multiple times over and over again. The question is, can he take him down and keep him down? The answer is no. I honestly think that Dricus is going to come right back up over and over again, and Khamzat has to work even harder to keep him down. And not only that, maybe catch him with a few good shots with a ground and pound position, maybe on the full guard, maybe on the half guard, or maybe on the full guard position. That's what you got. On the striking department, Dricus is very unpredictable. Khamzat has to be first. He has to fight with high volume, similar to Sean Strickland in the first Strickland DDP fight. He put up a lot of volume in order to offset Dricus du Plessis, and that's what Khamzat needs to do. But again, very early, I gave you a little bit of some breakdowns, a little bit of some backdrop. Speaking of backdrop, right? Giving you a little bit of some backdrop on Khamzat Chimaev and how he's going to go about this fight. Now let's talk about the psychological side of things, because I think this is where the fight is really important. So the psychological side of things, we got to understand Khamzat Chimaev, right? He's going to be coming off of Ramadan. And I know as a Muslim, it sounds antiquatedly biased on my part, but the reality is once you get out of Ramadan, which, by the way, more than likely when this fight is going to take place after Ramadan, Khamzat Chimaev is going to be in gear and in full tact with his focus. Because ultimately, if you do Ramadan correctly, and you do Ramadan to the fullest extent of doing the prayers, doing all the fasting and things of this nature, I promise you, your hyper focus for the entire year is going to be different. This is where Khamzat is coming from. Now, as for Dricus, I've mentioned to you over and over again about the tough training style and the tough training modules that he goes through. This is going to take him very far in this fight. But I honestly think there is a limit. There is a limit in how he's going to fight, okay? It's going to be limited in terms of breaking points. I think that DDP has a breaking point here. In that moment of when the fight gets hard and he starts thinking to himself, you know what? This is a whole lot more difficult than I thought it would be. A whole lot more difficult than, let's say, his previous opponents, right? So what is he going to think in his head when he is no longer the hammer? And now that he's the nail, he has to compensate for that. And how is he going to do that? Well, he has to dig something deep inside him that he's never dug before, because if he doesn't, I'm telling you, Khamzat is a completely different level when it comes to the wrestling pace. I got to tell you, there's guys out there that when you wrestle them, they give you a certain rest. You know who does that the best? Jiu-jitsu guys. Jiu-jitsu guys are really the best at knowing how to rest when the action is flowing, right? But Khamzat is not that guy. He's not a flow wrestler or anything like that. He's not flowing around. He's coming to shoot in on you, pick you up, dump you on your head, and keep you on the ground, either by catching a submission later on or eventually just finishing you off with some strikes from the bottom. That's Khamzat's whole entire game. And if not, he can knock you out on the feet. I don't think any of these guys are going to knock each other out on the feet whatsoever, because I think they're too highly technical. They're too high level in their defense, which is why they are where they are. But at the same time, I think it's really going to be a serious issue for both of them on the clinch position. Because like I said, Khamzat has the capabilities of taking him down, but can he keep him down? And furthermore, who is better in the clinch exchanges? Who is better? We don't know. Only time will tell. And as the time goes on before this fight starts, I'm going to be doing more videos of it. Obviously, I gave a little brief synopsis on both of their mental state, right? Drickus is a party guy. Is he not? I'm sure he parties. Khamzat doesn't party at all. This is going to be very detrimental, and that is going to be the psychological factor that I think you need to take into consideration. Because a lot of these people that are jealous of the Dagestani fighters, that are jealous of the Chechens and all of that, you need to have a rude awakening and understanding that these guys don't. All right, so here we go. We are about to commence battle between these two guys in a matter of 20 seconds. All right, so Bonfim has now been announced. These two are about to commence battle in a matter of seconds. So here we go. Round number 1, Khaos Williams versus Bonfim. You ready? Ready. Let's go. Round number 1. All right. Both hit the center of the octagon, right on the monster line. And Williams starts off with a little bit of a front leg kick right there. Now a back leg kick. Non-leading leg kick. There's a leading leg kick by Bonfim himself. Throwing leg kicks on each other. 440, 439. There's a leg kick miss by Williams. Front kick by Williams. Once again, very good feints on both men right here. Right, so DC right now is talking about the importance of having a training camp with some of your trusted training partners, being able to have that motivation of people working together, training together. And then just peeking for the exact date, I think that there's somebody that's there to relate to you. Also, just somebody that has the ability to empathize with what you go through in the weight cutting sessions. 335, 334, 333 of the first round between Williams and Bonfim. All right, nice low kick right there by Bonfim. All right, here we go. Now, Williams having a bit of a sense of urgency, trying to get back up. By the way, everybody that's tapping in, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are tapping in and giving a live reaction to these fights. Also, if you want to check this out later, I'm going to have timestamps on the description below to sort of give a breakdown of this whole entire card. So right after the card is finished, I will be doing a post-fight reaction. And speaking of which, there's Bonfim right there taking him down. And while he takes him down with that body lock, now he's got his back right now. He's got a body lock on him, looking to hand fight and possibly get a rear naked choke from this position. All right, so now he tries to swarm up. Now they are just scrambling exchange right now with Bonfim having a wizard over or under Williams, and Williams is right on Bonfim, like white on rice, on towards the cage. Yeah, very interesting look to his career. He says that he looks at his career as a marathon rather than a sprint. I think that's true for the most part because if you want to think about it, right, between Jim Miller and Conor McGregor has developed the most, even though Jim Miller has probably accumulated more fights, but not the same amount of accomplishments. However, at the same time, take this into consideration, right? Uh, I think that it is the quintessential comparison of a marathon versus a sprint because, man, you look at Conor McGregor's career, it is an absolute sprint of a thing. It is a sprint, but then you look at Jim Miller. What is his career? It is, it is a marathon. And oh, how about this? Bonfim takes him down, and then Chaos Williams goes for a Von Flue choke, and that is the end of the first round right there. All right, so that's the end of the first round. All right, so round number 2 coming up between Chaos Williams and Bonfim. So far, very good grappling by Bonfim. Yeah, really good jabs on Bonfim right here. Ooh, good shots right there. Ooh, that's a good. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, nice one by Williams and Bonfim. Little nice exchanges there between the two of them. Oh, there's a leg kick right there by Bonfim. Oh, nice one right there. Nice front kick by Bonfim on that one. Yeah, they're asking Williams to throw a lot of volume here, but he's also kind of throwing a lot of lazy shots as well. Also, very much labored shots just from the experience alone. Yeah. All right, yeah, just about under 60 seconds in round number 2 now. All right, so now Bonfim is now right on top of Williams. And then he's got a necktie on him now. Just about 20 seconds left. It's getting tighter. He's going to get this one. 4 takedowns already. Just his career best right now in this fight. Just about 7 seconds left. I think Williams is going to hold on. And oh, he put him out. Oh, wow. Look at Williams. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That looks scary. That looks scary. That looks scary. Oh, wow. That looks really scary. Von Flue choke right here. Look at this. He secures that position right here. And then once he gets the arm right underneath, gets that necktie, gets right in there, the Von Flue secures the leg lock right on top of it. And then the way that Williams was looking right after that fight, he was convulsive. Now, right before that fight, I got to say that Bonfim's boxing was on point, very fast, very smooth, and then on top of that, good leg kicks as well. Very good fight overall, right? But the choke was absolutely scary. It looked scary. So that's all that we got for Khaos Williams, man. I hope he gets back from this, right? Very good fighter, very exciting. It was an exciting fight as it was right up until the end. But by the end of the day, that choke was there for Bonfim to pick up on, and he was able to get it from then. So on to the next fight coming up after that. Four minutes and 28 seconds of round number 2. Darce choke by Bonfim. Another submission victory. Did he know that he could get a submission here? He's basically thanking God right now, and he said that the camp was based on this, looking for that choke. said in the back that he was planning on getting that choke. You know what? He's just here to show his work, and indeed he did. He showed his work in the wrestling. He took him down full mount, and then right there, the Darce choke was open again, and he chokes him out right there, and he literally put him to sleep. And the referee was not able to see the result of that. So, great job on the part of Bonfim on that one. On to the next fight. Train, and they don't go out and fight just so they can go and party afterwards. These guys train, they fight, and they do nothing else. They train, they fight, they do nothing else, and then they praise Allah, and then that's the name of the game. That's very hard to compete with. You've seen that video with Andrew Tate back in 2018 where he said, you know what, I knew that Khabib was going to beat this guy. Well, how did you know that, Andrew Tate? Well, look at what Khabib does. All he does is train Allah, train Allah. You want to have girls in a club? No. Do you want to go and do this? No. Do you want to go and chase whatever? No. Do you want to go out and drink in the clubs? No. Train Allah, train Allah. That right there is the reason why many of these guys on the top level are never going to beat the guys that are in the top level in Dagestan and Chechnya and elsewhere, and not even Bilal Muhammad. You know what? I'm going to end it with this. Speaking of Khabib, obviously this is not about Khabib, more about Khamzat. I really would like to see Khabib for that matter, or maybe even Khamzat, take on, let's say, a Muslim convert and then build them up as a champion somewhere down the road, right? Which, by the way, will absolutely prove the efficiency of an Islamic lifestyle and things of that nature, especially conducive to combat sports. Well, that's all that I got for you guys right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let me give you guys a little tour of this wall and end the video that way. Ciao. Enjoy. And I will see you in the next content, inshallah. Well, Tyson Fury has decided to retire. All right, less than 15 seconds. We are going to get to our next fight coverage. All right, here we go. Jesus Aguilar is now walking into the cage in the prep point as we await his opponent, Estevam. And everybody that's on the chat right now, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are covering the most epic mixed martial arts company in the history of mankind, covered by the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of YouTube and mankind. Let's get it cracking. So here we go, Estevam right now from Brazil walking out. All right, so here goes Aguilar right now being walked out by his corner. All right, here we go. All right, here we go, Chris Ione. Round number 1 is about to commence. Music off. Let's get it cracking. All right, round number 1. All right, so literally a fourth fight in Vegas for this guy. It's like a second home to him, as they say. All right, so here we go. Aguilar initiates the clinch. Aguilar considered the king of guillotines, apparently. So, yeah, both in a 50-50 clinch position right here. Body lock by Estevam takes him down. Now on full guard position. Now look at Aguilar right here. What is he looking for? An omoplata here, from what it seems. Okay, very good right here. Good job on Estevam taking him down here. Yeah, you really got to be a versatile fighter at the lightweight division for sure. But good job on Estevam right now, keeping up the half guard position right on top. All right, yeah, staying up right here. There goes Aguilar right there. He gets taken down, but has the guillotine. He's about to get the guillotine right here. He's about to get it. That is absolutely tight right there. Okay, there we go. He lost it. He got it now. Yeah, Estevan's doing a very good job of maintaining this right now. All right, yeah, doing a very good job of controlling Aguilar right here in the last minute. All right, that's it. So that is the end of the first round. Oh, there we go. Straight away. Oh, wow. Yeah, Aguilar rushed into that, and then there they are right now. There we go. Those little leg locks right there that Khabib does, that Estevam is doing a very good job on Aguilar right now. All right, so he goes and he shoots it again, goes for it again. Yeah, very good control on the part of Aguilar right now. Very good control. Yeah, he's absolutely getting ragdolled here. Very good job on the part of Estevam, really maintaining this top control right here. All right, yeah. So he had a bit of some health issues that was affecting his gas tank, but it doesn't look like it. Look at this ground control time on Estevam right now. Round 1, 3:37. Round 2, he had 3 minutes and 17 seconds ground control time and more right now as we are continuing and progressing. All right, that is the end of the second round, going into the third now. All right, here we go. The last fight of the prelims after this one. All right, so here you go, round number 3. Yeah, Aguilar's always smiling, huh? Yeah, Aguilar is letting it go right now. He's allowing these shots to go. He's not hesitating on any of these shots. Now here he is shooting in for a takedown right here. All right, here we go. He shoots in on him. Yeah, Aguilar's putting on the pressure right now. Yeah, Aguilar's in a very good spot right now, for sure. Oh, here we go. He's looking for a rear naked here. Oh no, he gets out. Good scrambles between them at the end of this third round right now. All right, so we are about to find out the official decision on that one, and we await the decision, and we're also all right, so here we go. We are about to get the official decision for this fight right now. Let's check out the decision on this one and then get a full breakdown of this fight, just to let you know where these fighters were at throughout these rounds right here. After 3 rounds, we go to the scorecards. All 29-28, all judges, and that goes to Estevam. So I got to tell you what, it was a great effort on the part of Aguilar during the fight, right? He was doing a very good job of pushing the pace, getting the ground control time. But by the end of it all, I just think that Rafael's activity level is what won him this fight. So that is it. On to the next fight, moving on. What do we got? We got a strawweight fight coming up right now. And that's going to be Souza versus Angela Hill. All right, here we go. We're about to get it cracking with Hill versus Souza. All right, so I got to tell you what I like about this fight between them, right? Souza is Souza, but I got to tell you, Angela Hill is a marathon of a fighter, right? We already got 26 fights under her belt all throughout her illustrious career. Sort of like a Jim Miller situation that I had described earlier. If you want to check out the conversation on that, obviously I have the timestamps where I was talking about that during the Bonfim versus Chaos Williams fight. So by the end of this live stream, you will get a full analysis of the whole entire fights, all within a timestamp. So either way, you'll get the full breakdown analysis of what is a marathon versus a sprint of a career. I describe Conor McGregor's career as sort of a sprint. Highly accomplished at a short amount of time, but Jim Miller, I think, is the much more developed fighter over time based on the activity level and the consistency that he's gotten in there to fight. Whereas with Conor McGregor, his main problem of fighting was that he was too big. So during the pandemic, it was very difficult to get Conor McGregor a fight. So he wasn't able to develop in the way that he should. I gotta tell you, do not be surprised if at some point Angela Hill makes it at a very top level of her division and somehow just out of default due to the marathon career that she has going on, just all of a sudden rises to the top. You know who was like that? Michael Bisping. You know who else was like that? Robbie Lawler. Who else was like that in the world? Maybe Masvidal, but obviously he got stopped at his tracks by Usman, but it was a great run nonetheless. But either way, here we are, Angela Hill coming up against Souza. All right, Angela Hill is being announced right now. All right, here we go. 27th appearance for Angela Hill. Very illustrious record she's got going on. Yeah, very good clinches by Angela Hill right here, and maintaining some shots at this position right here. Oh, okay, so she said that she's looking to fix her body language. That's very interesting, right? Because sometimes the body language that you sort of give off in the cage can really affect how a referee sees it. So it's something to think about. Yeah, you definitely got to have a poker fight face when you're in there. And so far, very good jabs on the part of Angela Hill, doing a very good job of keeping her at bay. But yeah, Souza definitely looks huge in her division. All right, Angela goes right into the clinch right here. This is what a lot of very experienced fighters are quite good at, is being able to sort of, get the clinch exchanges going, right? And a good way of slowing the fight down as well. All right, great shots right there. And now she takes her down again, showing a little bit of her skills that she picked up training with Phil Davis, former UFC vet and former title challenger. I believe he was a former champion at Bellator, or was at least a title challenger. Yeah, Hill doing a very good job of controlling the fight right now. All right, that's the end of it. All right, great round for Angela Hill in the first round right there. Great control, great clinch, very efficient in the way that she was able to slow the fight down. Very good job all round for overall Angela Hill, no doubt about it. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, here we go. It's a swing and a miss by Souza right there. Ooh, good shots right there by Angela. Yeah, Souza definitely has to try and take center position here. Ooh, nice. That's a good shot. Got 2 minutes in the second round here. All right, good Muay Thai clinches right here by Angela Hill. All right, good clashes between them right here. All right, that's the end of the round. Oh, spinning heel kick right there by Souza. All right, so Angela's on top right here. All right, so Hill's looking to land some elbows from this top position right here. Oh, yeah, so very good job on the corner of Hill, telling her to stay composed throughout this whole time. Yeah, it's doing a very good job on the damage here. All right, 1 minute left into this fight. Oh, nice. All right. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. And the winner of this fight, 29-28 for Hill. For Souza, 29-28 for Souza. By split decision. Okay, so Hill wins this by split decision. Now, is this warranted? Yes. You know what? Souza was still in that fight, but the veteran savviness of Hill really showed in this fight. Considering the fact that, hey, whatever it is that she wanted to do when it came to sort of negating her speed, and this and that, she used veteran tactics and being able to close the range, hit her with some bodies in the clinch positions, especially pushing her up and clinching her up against the cage. Angela Hill had a really tough decision in that one, just like most of her fights have had a lot of tough decisions. But by the end of it all, one of the things that she decided to work on was body language into this fight. And I think the body language was definitely on her side, and the veteran savviness came through for this one. So on to the next fight right after this. So Delgado is now walking out of the cage. So a training partner of Benson Henderson, that's going to be interesting. So Connor Matthews walking out of here, the former Army guy, from what it seems. Connor would spend. All right, so here we go. Connor Matthews is about to walk into the cage, and he is ready to fight Delgado. So let's do a play-by-play for this fight, and then a breakdown right after. So he was on the Dana White's looking for a fight series. Part of the New England cartel is this guy. He trained for those guys up in the Northeast. All right, so Connor Matthews, 5'8" versus the 5'11", Jose Miguel Delgado, 145, 71-inch reach, 73-inch reach, 32 for Connor Matthews, 26 for Jose Miguel. Let's get it on right now. They are about to be announced. As soon as the announcement ends, we're going to cut the music and then get right into the live stream of the fight. And we got a good middleweight fight right here. Andrew Petroski coming up against Veira and Ishmael Bonfim, whose brother was on yesterday. How about Edmund Khaos? All right. And of course, we got the 7-2 Connor Matthews on the Jose Delgado at 8-1 right now. All right, here we go. Yeah, Delgado is a very tall guy from the division for sure. Oh yeah, this guy has trained with Benson Henderson, so that's quite a caliber of training partners he got there. But there it is, a little body lock by Connor Matthews. Good job of taking him down here. Oh yeah, that's pretty awesome of Connor Matthews, right? You know, he decided he was going to build a gym down in his house, and a lot of people really underestimate how much work you can get done with building a gym at your house, even if it's just like, let's say, a punching bag or maybe just a mat to have your friends come and roll with you. It really does a lot for your confidence. Ooh, spinning back this right there by Delgado. That great mixing of the weapons on the part of Delgado here. Ooh, he just caught Connor Matthews right there out of nowhere, that punch. Yeah, he's absolutely going to look for this finish right here. Oh, he's got his back right now. Oh, that's it. That's finished. That is finished. Delgado with a finish right there. Delgado just got the finish. All right, so great job on the part. Look at this. There's a spinning back fist right there that caught him out of nowhere. Now, it was so fast the way that he threw that spinning back fist that we just did not see him go down from that, right? It was just like we thought it was a punch or whatever. But anyways, as soon as he got him down, full mount position, he got him right there. Okay, there's the hook. I'm sorry, there's the cross that he hit him with. He followed up. Only for Conor Matthews to have that bad habit of giving off his back, and then there it is, the ground and pound finish that ultimately finished Conor Matthews right here in the first round. And there's Benson Henderson right there, a proud coach and a good start for the Arizona boys off of this fight. Yeah, great job on Delgado. By the way, prior to that, the way Delgado was going about the fight, right? He was going about it in a way where he was sort of mixing up the strikes, right? Just giving different looks, giving different weapons, straight shots, front kicks, anything that he can do to offset Conor Matthews. And out of nowhere, he got that straight punch, knocked him down, and ground and pound finish off of that. So congrats to Delgado on that one. On to the next one. All right, so now going to the interview by Daniel Cormier. He said best in the world, and he said that this is exactly what he had expected. Said he's going to start calling out guys once he gets to the top 15. All right. All right, there we go. On to the next fight. I think we're on to the main card now, so perfect timing for that one. Yeah, 6-fight win streak for him. On to the next one. So they got Michael Chiesa, Guzman, and Dean Thomas there. Yeah, by the way, that's awesome. Before he starts calling people out, I think that's quite a responsible move on his part. It is now the Wednesday after the Super Bowl, and many people are not thrilled about Kendrick Lamar's performance, and we're going to talk about it. Also, Dana White has mentioned just about previous days ago that he doesn't know when Conor McGregor is going to return, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about all those things, how it can correlate, or maybe it doesn't have any correlation at all because, quite frankly, they are the two hottest topics in the news right now. And for one, why? Conor McGregor is an international star that everybody is absolutely interested in watching fight whenever he has a fight going on. The problem is that when can you set up the fights with him? It's very difficult. It all started in the pandemic era. Obviously, there were no crowds. Conor McGregor draws a big gate, and if he's not going to have a crowd, what is the point of having him fight as a business decision by the UFC? Now, his whole entire superstardom, unfortunately, was a curse to his fight career, to his preparation, and his sharpness in order to stay in there in a scheduled time manner. Now, we're going to talk about Kendrick Lamar as well and why a lot of people were triggered by his whole entire performance. For one, you got to understand there's a lot of anti-degeneracy that went on in Kendrick Lamar's performance. In other words, for years, you've seen in the Super Bowl, a lot of people have performances with a lot of sexual deviancy to the highest order. And Kendrick decided he wanted to do something different. Now, as far as Serena Williams is concerned, many people were getting at her for doing a crip walk, which, by the way, is sort of this focal point that a lot of naysayers are using as to say, you know what? Your relative got unalived by the Crips. But little do people know, outside of this world of California gang politics, is that there's so many different Crip factions that I can't even begin to mention all these names to you without taking up unnecessary space. And with that in mind, that is something that a lot of people just don't understand from the outside. They look at it and say, hey, you know what? You're doing this dance or whatever, and it symbolizes the people that unalive their family. It's not that simple. But many people are going to look at it in the most simplest terms to attack a low-hanging fruit that they have in front of them. Now, another thing you got to understand about the NFL, it is a middle America sport. In other words, the reason why a lot of people did not like the performance is because you got to understand these are country singers. These are country people that like country singers, is what I was trying to say. Sorry, got a little ahead of myself there. But anyways, these are middle America people that love their football, love their traditions, and as a result, when they look at someone like Kendrick Lamar, they're going to be taken back by it. And that is all that you are witnessing. So one thing that you have to understand is this. You have to understand that not everything is for everybody, and not everybody is going to like what you do, and that's okay. As long as you stay true to yourself and what it is that you believe in and the cause that you live by, that is all that anybody can ever ask of you, is to be able to stand on your own principles. Kendrick Lamar comes from Compton, and whether you like it or not, whether you agree with gang culture or not, he comes from a place that emphasizes principles. And that may not be the principles that you stand by in your own social contract theory. It may not be the ethos that you live by, or it may not be the cultural background or the cultural context that you may live by, but it is something that a lot of people live by. And no matter what principles you believe in, whether it is being Islamic or being a Christian or being Jewish or anything that deals with an ideology of a group or anything that everybody stands for in that single unit, if you all stand for something and you stand on it, it is something that you have to respect. Kendrick Lamar definitely has that. Now, as far as Conor McGregor goes, What sort of respect does this man have for himself as of late, right? There have been many occurrences where he attacked the fan, he attacked an old man, he attacked a DJ, he attacked all these people that were absolutely innocent for one reason or another, right? But then he gets into this case with Nikita Hand, right? The so-called grape case going on, which, by the way, looks really flimsy, and we've talked about it extensively in this channel. I urge you to take a look at the past context of these videos that I've put out in the content in this channel. Nikita Hand and Conor McGregor. But as flimsy as that is, it was the one case that really took him down. And it wasn't supposed to be the case that took him down. But by the end of the day, that's what it is. It is just a karmatic view of the world. And that is all that I really have for this particular video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let me know what you think on the comment section below about Kendrick Lamar's performance. And if you ever think that Conor McGregor is going to come back, because the way that it seems right now, Dana White doesn't think otherwise. And that is the man that really matters by the end of the day. But like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one. Enjoy this scene of the skate park out here in West Sacramento. Once again, like and subscribe. All right, so we're just on and waiting for the first fight coming up right now. A point of agitation and a point of transgression that you're committing towards a person who is probably one of the most dangerous people on earth, considering the fact that he's also on drugs, he's in Las Vegas. You don't know what he's liable to do. All you know is that, hey, this is Conor McGregor, and I'm going to walk up to him and I'm going to say, hey, let's go Khabib. Although, on the other hand, and this is something that you have to understand, I'm going to look at both sides of the equation, and the other equation of that is the simple fact that he was just saying, let's go Khabib, but he was agitating him. So we have to take both sides into serious consideration. Now, this is what I got to say about the whole entire subject. Conor McGregor needs to control himself. At the same time, other people really need to watch their P's and Q's in how they behave towards other people, and in particular, celebrities. Many people look at celebrities as almost not human. In other words, as some kind of playable character that they see in a video game. It's a very dehumanizing situation, because you're looking at this guy who you know is famous, but you're not looking at him as a human being that has problems just like everybody else. And I think that's the real problem that we are missing in this whole entire conversation. A lot of people out there are going to say Conor McGregor did a very horrible thing, and it's very hard for me to disagree with them. There's other people out there that agree with what he did, and I understand that too. And that is the reason why I started the video exactly the way that it sounded, was to basically point out that this man should not have been out there provoking Conor McGregor. But on the other hand, Conor McGregor has to be the bigger person. And I got to tell you, being the bigger person means more ways than one. In other words, let's say if you're the biggest guy in the room, right? And there's something that pops off. The cops are going to look at the big guy right away because the big guy of the room, whether that guy is super big in terms of width or super big in terms of height or both, they're going to look at him and say, that guy should have known better. He should have de-escalated the situation, use his size in order to enforce good rather than encourage the chaos. In other words, like, I'll give you a side story to that example. Kevin Garnett, former NBA player, former Timberwolves, and I believe he retired as a Boston Celtic. During his high school days, he witnessed a man die in front of him because there was a fight going on in school, and a kid got slammed to the ground and was unalived. They look at Kevin Garnett, 6'11", and they're saying to themselves, you know what? This guy right here, he should know better. He's the biggest guy in the room. He's 6'11". He could have de-escalated the situation, and even worse, probably may have used himself as the weapon in this whole entire subject. In other words, he should have known better. Well, Conor McGregor is sort of placed in that same category. Even though he's not 6'11", his lack of stature in that matter, still, there's an overcompensation for the magnitude of his superstardom that he brings. So let's try and understand that dynamic, right? In other words, he's the bigger star, he's the celebrity, he's the world champion fighter who should know better. But what about this guy? Should he have known better? Well, I got to tell you, I'm going to talk to the fans because I can't talk to a famous UFC fighter and begin to pretend that I can sympathize with what they go through in terms of interactions with different human beings out there, and sometimes the weirdness that comes with that, and even more so amplified with the Petroski coming up right now. So we got 5 fights ahead of us in this main card right now. And there's Andre Petroski ready to walk out. All right, so they're looking for Petroski to get the upset win here. Seems to be that Veira is the favorite going into this fight. Yeah, that is quite difficult to make an impact in the rankings, especially if you're not like, yeah, man, especially if you're not really fighting multiple times a year to kind of get your name out there. All right, here we go. Tail of the tape. What do we got here? Rodolfo Vieira, 35. Andre, 33. Both 6 feet. Height, weight, virtually identical. 73-inch reach. Both of these guys, I mean, this is, yeah, this is a very 50-50 fight. Let's see. But there is obviously the favorite. Let's go. All right. So Vieira is getting announced right now. All right. Referee charges for Dean. Let's go. Here we go. They touch him up. Ooh, good 1-2 shot by Vieira right there. And by the way, guys, as this fight is going on, I want to remind you that I do have a video out right now between Dricus du Plessis and Khamzat Chimaev. This is the thumbnail for this particular video that I have. I obviously talk about the psychological and technical breakdown of this fight. It's on my video section right now. I urge you guys to check it out. But right now, we are concentrating live on this fight right here in this very 50-50, 185-pound matchup, virtually identical between Vieira and Petroski. 342, 341, 340 of the first round right now of this very exciting 185 matchup. There's a knee right there and those little exchanges between Vieira and Petroski. Petroski in the red, Vieira in the white. And for those that are listening to me while not watching the fight, Vieira just threw a leg kick right now. Vieira is circling Petroski around. And everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are giving you a live play-by-play of UFC's Fight Night, Jared Cannonier versus Rodrigues. A very underrated fight night card, by the way. I know that a lot of fight night cards are highly saturated nowadays because they have it every week, and sometimes it's very hard to sort of give appreciation. But I tell you what, if you're a hardcore fan, you can appreciate this fight just like you could appreciate the fights that they had in UFC 312, which was last week during Super Bowl weekend. And by the way, check out Super Bowl weekend reaction that I have as well regarding Kendrick Lamar. Now, was that out of taste for Kendrick Lamar to have Serena Williams grip walk like that? Let's talk about it. I got it all on video right there. I was at a skate park filming that. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. And right now we are live as we are witnessing Veira versus Petroski while giving you a little bit of some promotion for my videos that I got out there. About less than 90 seconds left in the first round. There's a takedown shot right there by Vieira. Good framing on the part of Petroski here. Now Vieira with a body lock. What's he looking to do here now that he has his back position? Nice exchanges here. 4 out of 4 takedowns by Petroski so far. All right. 5 seconds left in the first round. All right, round 2, 420, 419. Oh, good hard shots, straight ones by Petroski here. All right, stance switching by Petroski here. Oh, wow, he's got a body lock on him right now. He said, look at the lats on Veira. It looks like he could fly. Yeah, for real. He definitely got some lat game going on there. All right, there's another leg kick by Veira right there. Ooh, 1-2 shot right there by Petroski. Yeah, really nice and straight shots by Veira here. Yeah, very good round by Veira on round number 2. Round 1, you can sort of give it to anybody, but round 2 for sure. Veira with the straight shots and all of that, doing a very good job of maintaining good composure all throughout this fight, at least within the second round. Now going on to the third round now. Okay, so the corner of Petroski is telling him he's about 3 leg kicks away from breaking down. All right, here we go. Round number 3. This fight went by quickly. All right, nice stance switching by Petroski right here. Looking like a blonde version of Wes Watson, the way that his body is sort of built. Although I don't think Wes Watson would be able to fight like this guy in any kind of way, right? You know, I don't think he would have the dexterity or the athleticism that this guy has. And by the looks of Petroski, he looks like the type of guy that would fight you head up rather than, you know, beat you with some sort of like a weightlifting belt. But whatever, I kind of get it. I understand what Wes Watson was trying to do, but I don't even know if you guys know anything that I'm talking about or understand that story. But any regard, here we go. 4 minutes, 3:57, 3:56 of the third round, third and final round. There it is. Oh, there's another leg kick right there by Veira. There's another one. Yeah, he keeps going with those leg kicks. Very good job on the part of Petroski. He could get an impressive finish right here, perhaps. All right, here we go. There's a shot by Veira. He's just tired of getting these leg kicks now. He just decided to go shoot in. Now he's on the ground. He's got is locked in. Okay, got a body lock position. He stands up. Yeah, very equal in the wrestling and also very equal in the size, virtually identical height and reach and everything else. And even you can compare body stature as well, very similar, right? Very well built, both of these guys at the middleweight division. There's another leg kick right there by Veira. Well, Veira is throwing leg kicks of his own. Just about a minute and a half left into this fight. Oh, nice body kick right there by Petroski. All right, so less than 60 seconds left now. Oh, nice 1-2 shot at the end of it by Petroski. Yeah, going really tit for tat on this one. All right, just about 20 seconds left, and we're going to find out who won this fight. All right, last 10 seconds of this round. There's Petroski with a leg right there. Nothing to it. All right, so 30 seconds. We're going to get back and break down the whole entire fight in less than 30 seconds from now. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here we go. We just witnessed Veira taking on Petroski. Now, these two guys were going tit for tat with each other. I mean, literally going tit for tat, right? And again, they're both evenly matched, even in the size, even in the even body status, body structure, also the same height. And they were both trying to match each other with some leg kicks. But I think Petroski was getting the best of it, especially in the second round. Now, the first round, you can kind of argue. The third round is a little bit ambiguous. Now, we're going to find out the results of this right now as we are witnessing the referee or the judge's decision in this current moment of time right now. So let's check it out. But while we check it out, let's see if they have stats for this fight yet. No, not yet. This fight is very fresh. Again, when I do these breakdowns, I do them straight away because what a lot of people like to do is do it like maybe a few hours later, and maybe they forget small little details that they need to give out. But let's see who won this fight between Petroski and Veira. By unanimous decision, Andre Petroski. So I think the significant strikes on Andre Petroski, surprisingly, not as high on the striking percentage as, let's say, Adolfo Veira, not in the significant strikes or the total strikes. None of them got takedowns on each other. There were some great clinch exchanges there. 7 takedown attempts by Adolfo Veira, but Petroski was in there literally hurting this guy to the point where he was about few kicks away from really debilitating him. But Adolfo Veira just sort of went tit for tat with him as well and started throwing kicks his way. But by the end of it all, I think the accuracy, or at least the overall, I guess a few good shots there kind of got the judges thinking, you know what, maybe he got it. And then the attempts on Adolfo Veira looked sort of maybe desperate. And then the leg kicks, I think, really played a factor. You know, Veira was going tit for tat with him. It's a unanimous decision, but I wouldn't necessarily agree with it. Oh, wow. And how about this? Andre Petroski is calling out Bo Nickel. That's a great way to put a bow on it. No pun intended. So on to the next one. And the next fight that is up is Ismail Bonfim versus Nazim Sadikov. Coming up in the lightweight division right now. And how about that? Mel Gibson is in the house. Mel Gibson is in the house. How about that? Big, well, not so much of a big card, but he's here. How about that? a multi world champion, and even more than that, a celebrity, and maybe even some would argue a political figure in his home country of Ireland. So the matter of this situation is very complex, and also keep in mind that Conor McGregor mentally is a very complex person. And as a result of that, you don't know what you're going to get. And if you're a fan like this guy, who I'm talking to right now, I'm talking to all the fans, because remember, I said I can't sympathize or empathize with what it's like to be a superstar, but I know what it's like to be a fan and to see these guys and even train with some of these guys in person and how you should act and behave. This guy probably did not understand that. It reminds me of the time when I ran across this guy named Jake, right? I worked with him at, well, I'm not going to mention where the place was. Bad enough I mentioned his name, but again, there's a lot of Jakes. So this guy, obviously, he was a Conor McGregor fan like everybody else back in 2015. At the time, I trained at Team Alpha Male with Chad Mendes, Uriah, TJ Dillashaw, all these guys, right? And when Conor knocked out Chad Mendes that following Monday, he kept trying to stick it to me. And let me just say this. I had to remind him. Brought him somewhere in a dark room, somewhere where nobody could see what we were doing or nobody could hear what we were talking about. But I'll tell you, just in layman's terms, what I said to him. This is not a sport. It is a sport because there's winners and losers, just like there is in football games and basketball games. But you're a casual MMA fan. You don't understand the MMA culture. You don't understand what it takes to get in there. And for you to make fun of a guy who is a former title challenger, a top tier 145er at the time in Chad Mendes, I think it's highly disrespectful, especially when you're in front of me. Right? And that's a lesson that I think a lot of people need to understand, is that sometimes when you bring up past losses, you're opening yourself in the world of combat and conflict where these guys are in. Now, Chael Sonnen made a video about this particular topic, right? You guys have already seen the video. I don't need to make a replay or react to it. I just rather shoot this video right now and talk to you guys about it. Chael said that Conor had been given PTSD by Khabib. Is that correct? Probably, because it shows in his actions, it shows in his behavior, it shows in the way that he conducts himself. So it is no wonder. It is no wonder that Conor McGregor is behaving the way that he does when somebody brings up Khabib. Because he's obviously wounded by that whole entire process. But a lot of people out there, you guys really need to understand, you cannot say anything to anybody and not expect consequences to come your way. It's impossible. Now, the other side of that, a lot of people are going to look at it and say, well, you know what? You're immature because you believe in this honor culture thing. Well, yeah, some people believe in that. In fact, a lot of people believe in that. You know who believes in that the most? Not just gangsters or people in the underworld, but fighters. They absolutely believe in that. They believe in the honor culture. That if you say something to me, I got to go back and do something to you or confront you about it. or let you know that's not going to be tolerated. It's common. And people want to ignore that as if this is not a way of life for some people, but it is. And for this guy, just like the Jake story that I just told you, a former coworker of mine that made fun of Chad Mendez and me on the following Monday of Conor McGregor knocking him out, you really don't understand how personalized it is for some people. So that means we can go on and say, you know what, Conor, you should have known better. You should have been the bigger person. You should have walked away. You should have been Kevin Garnett, in which Kevin Garnett did nothing, in which people would have expected him to intervene. But even worse than that, now you look like the guy that was actually doing the beatdown. In fact, he probably got away with it because of the fact that he did nothing but being a spectator. Rather than interfering, now you look like you were part of the problem if that person was to pass away on any regard. But as for Conor McGregor, yeah, he should know better. But that's not the conversation here. The conversation... All right, so here we go. We are about to begin the next fight on the main card, which is Nazim Sadikov taking on Bonfim, which I believe his brother was on earlier. So here he is now fighting in the lightweight division, one of the toughest divisions in the world. All right, here we go. Music off. Let's go. Round one. All right, here we go. Round one. Bonfim versus Sadikov. 455, 453, 452, 451. They both, there's a forward attack by Bonfim. Slapping hands at each other. Low kick by Bonfim. High kick by Sadikov. Fighting out of Syndicate MMA. Obviously, it's great to fight out of a Vegas camp and then just fight in Vegas whenever you need to. Right? It's just very available. And a lot of these guys that are in the apex levels of the fight nights, they can get a lot of fights by just staying in Vegas. Oh, nice head kick right there by Sadikov. Nice rolling of the shoulders right there. Ooh, nice. Nice 1-2 shots right there by Bonfim. Good boxing on his part, similar to his brother earlier. Oh, nice. Landed on the side of the head with that one. Yeah, Sadikov is having a bit of some range issues going on right now. Nice high kick right there by Sadikov. Oh, nice one. Oh, that's a good one. Real punishing shots. Yeah, he isn't giving Bonfim much respect when he moves forward, is he? Nice. There's a leg kick right there by Bonfim. Oh, he got caught right there with that head kick. He sort of walked in it, and now Sadikov is looking to finish him off right here. Oh, yeah, he caught him right there. He made him bleed with that head kick, and now he's hurt really bad. And now he's got him clinched up, looking to take him down. He's on the verge of possibly getting a finish here. Yeah, the cut in the eye right there, strong indication. Okay, they look like they're about to check up on him, see that's it. The fight is over. Just like that, the fight is over. Oh my goodness. Out of nowhere, this fight is over. This fight is over. This fight is over. They checked on his eye after that kick, right, which made him bleed profusely. And so the cut was so bad he couldn't see in that eye. They had to stop the fight. So let's take a look at the analysis of that one. There's a question mark kick right there. He did not see that, and it rocked him as he was going back, right? He was shaking his head right after that. And then there it is. There's a question mark kick, which was kind of close, a lot closer than the normal question mark kicks that usually come, right? And I think that Bonfim sort of walked in on it because the way that he sort of changed his level down and got the head kick so easily right there, and I think it ultimately cut him. But yeah, it is unfortunate the way that this fight was going. It was a good back and forth. Bonfim was showing some pretty good boxing as the fight was going on, but that kick right there, man, that kick was just a game changer for the most part. So, all right, here we go. Let's listen into the decision between these two. All right, well, that is going to go down as a TKO for Nazim Zadakov. Let's listen into what he has to say to DC right now. He asked him, did you know that he was hurt that bad going into it? He said he wants to say, Alhamdulillah, good win just right before Ramadan, too. Left-hand kicks was something that he's been working on all camp. Boom, right there. He said he knew that the head kick would be there. Said, inshallah, I'm coming for that belt, and he's the best lightweight in the world regardless. He said he wanted to be more aggressive, and he wanted to get a finish, and he got that. He said he doesn't even felt like he broke a sweat in this one, and that's probably good, at least because he didn't get injured, and he can go on to the next fight. And yeah, I'm excited to see what's next for Zadakov. A really good question mark kick. That's something you really got to watch out from him. Obviously trains with the likes of Ray Longo, Aljamain Sterling, and Marab. So, yeah, man, great win for Zadakov. On to the next fight. Oh, and there's Colby Covington right there. He's got a Donald Trump chain on. How about that? All right. Well, on to the next fight. They are showing a preview. take on Song Yadong. All right, so let's do another breakdown for that fight, right? Very good job on Nazim of getting that head kick off, right? Really good job. Not only was it a great job, it was unexpected and out of nowhere, and as a result, he got the TKO finish right there. It was a doctor's stoppage. The doctors ruled against it. Bonfim sort of protested. He was doing great on the boxing exchanges there, but ultimately, Nazim felt like he didn't even break a sweat. Great job on him. I'm curious to see where he goes from here. Moving on to the next, and on to the next fight. Now we're just awaiting the next fight right now. So in the meantime, here is fan behavior around famous athletes or famous people. And that's what I mean, man. Many people don't look at these athletes like human beings. I promise you they don't. They look at them like video game characters. I'll give you an example. When Kobe Bryant died, I had a buddy of mine from New Jersey on my Facebook, basically making fun of Kobe Bryant. And I thought to myself, man, you know what? I could never do that, because let's take this into account. He's somebody's father, somebody's husband, somebody's brother, somebody's son. By the way, son of an international basketball player, hence his experience living out in Italy and Japan and all these other places that made Kobe a very interesting person. And out of nowhere, he died of a helicopter crash. Okay? After dying of that helicopter crash, I started thinking, you know what? This could happen to anybody. And then look at the modern examples right now, present day examples. Look at all the plane crashes that have been happening as of late, right? With, I believe, Alaskan Airlines. I believe there was a few that happened in Korea. There was a few that happened in, I believe, somewhere in the East Coast. There was a helicopter. Yeah, so that's what brought me to the Kobe Bryant thing, and reminiscent of it was a helicopter crash being involved in that plane. So this guy was making fun of him, and he had no regard of understanding that this could have been anybody. It could have been any of us that would have been on that plane. And it just so happens that it's a famous person. But you don't look at it the same. Look at the LA fires that have happened recently. By the way, shout outs to LA and my Los Angeles Cup right here. For all those that passed in LA, this one's for you. Because, you know, I don't drink alcohol, but I do like a good coffee, and I wanted to share that with y'all, just so you can, yeah, you know, for all those that passed in LA. But with that, you also can't forget that there are many people all over the world that are suffering even worse than people in LA. And it's not to diminish one side over the other, right? But when those people's houses in LA got burnt to the ground, many people did not show a wide sympathy as they should when that went down, because a lot of those people were celebrities. So it was very easy. It was very easy for people to dismiss these people as human beings. And this is kind of where I'm getting at with Conor McGregor. Do you walk up to anybody randomly and say, hey, F you, or this and that, or hey, bro, or I don't know, like, you don't, there's a certain etiquette that you have with strangers. Am I right or wrong? There's a certain etiquette. And for whatever reason, this person did not want to share this etiquette to Conor McGregor because he was a famous person. Not understanding that Conor McGregor may have some brain injuries, because let's be honest about something, right? There are fighters out there that have serious brain injuries, and we just don't know, don't show, or even really care. And we don't understand the effects that is being impending upon them. We don't really understand the extent of it. As a result of not understanding the full extent of these brain injuries, we're not going to understand how they behave, how they act, or how they react when put in a certain situation. Now look, the one thing that we learned from Conor McGregor is that he is not shy of confrontation whatsoever. What about yourself? Are you shy of confrontation? Because when this guy got spat on his face, he did nothing. And he realized that, man, what am I supposed to do? This is Conor McGregor. He has security. And he's a world-class fighter. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I could never live to be that guy who got spat on. even though it's wrong, and even though it's horrible, and even though it is reprehensible on the part of Conor McGregor, and you can cut it up any way that you like, because all of that is correct. What is correct is that you are correct for understanding that Conor McGregor is really... All right. Well, here we are. Shahbazyan versus Budka coming up right now. Let's go. All right, Dylan Budka. Here we go. We only got 3 fights left right here. All right, music off. Let's go. Round number 1. All right, swings and a miss by Budka right there. Shahbazyan gets away of that straight away. Body kick on the part of Budka. That's a nice shot right there. Oh, Edmund Shahbazyan just got a finish right there. Edmund Shahbazyan just got a finish. Edmund Shahbazyan just got a finish. Just like that. Just like that, man. Edmund Shahbazyan with the finish. Wow. Just slides out over the top, and boom, there's the straight right hand, and then finishes up with a ground and pound right there. So, all right. Listen to that right hand right there. Bam! Another highlight knockout for Shahbazyan right there. Gets KO first round. So, yeah, I think the way Budka was trying to swing wild for the fences on that one, I think Edmund Shahbazyan saw an opening there, and as a result of seeing that opening, he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to take full advantage of this, hit him with the right, he goes down, he catches him at the right time, ground and pound finish. That is all she wrote. Now, on to the co-main event of the evening. But at the same time, you can't blame him. Because even though saying let's go Khabib is as innocent as it sounds, there's a microaggression towards it. And I know what people are thinking, man, microaggression, these are liberal terms or this and that. Yeah, I know. But that's what it is. It's a microaggression. Microaggressions really do lead to violence. You see it in all cases of violence. It's a reality. So if you are that guy and you know that this is Conor McGregor, why would you piss off a dangerous person? But here's the other subject that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. Many people are not grasping the idea that this guy may not understand who Conor McGregor is to the fullest extent. And what do I mean by that? Well, we know Conor McGregor is a fighter. We know that Conor McGregor is a world-class athlete. We know that he's a commercialized hype and the face of the UFC in terms of video game posters and selling merchandises, right? We know this. But the average fan does not know that Conor McGregor is a real-life gangster. And I think a lot of people are having a hard time swallowing that. When it comes to the gangster world, whether it's in Los Angeles, whether it's in LA, or what am I saying? That's two of the same places. Whether it's LA, Dublin, London, Chicago, New York, Miami. The one common trend when it comes to gangsters is that they will always diminish another gangster, and then they will recruit everybody else around the world who are fans, watchers, and observers to join in and say that guy's not a gangster. 50 Cent did it with Ja Rule. Tupac did it with Biggie. Kendrick Lamar now did it with Drake. Drake tried to do it to Kendrick, but you know, it's quite obvious there's an element that protects Kendrick in Compton. We understand that now fully. But amongst that world, there's people that always say, well, that guy's not really gangster, or that guy's not really from the hood. There's a lot of this diminishing that goes on, right? And I think that's standard. I'm going to tell you why. Because in the world of gangsters, it's an honor culture, just like the topic that we're talking about here, like why Conor went off on this guy, because he operates on the ethos of an honor culture, okay, an honor street culture at that. So you got to understand that by operating in that particular matter, okay, a lot of people get underestimated in that world because there's often a lot of people that are going to diminish one guy over the other because that's what you do. You earn respect by disrespecting sometimes. And I hate to say it, but that's really what it is. And that also goes for the fight game as well. The fight game is very notorious in that aspect, in that regard. They are notorious for people earning respect by disrespecting others. And even in this world of YouTube content creation, it's the same matter at hand. Many people give respect when they disrespect others. Okay, just like any conflict that I've had. I literally had to disrespect someone, show them what's up, pull up, and let them know that, hey, you know what? You're going to have no choice but to respect me. Because it's an honor culture. But in that regard, it doesn't mean that these people are fake just because the other guy is diminishing him. Just because Kendrick Lamar is diminishing Drake, it doesn't mean Drake doesn't have real shooters. Just because Tupac diminished P. Diddy and Biggie, it doesn't mean that they didn't roll with real gangsters. Not only in the East Coast, but in the West Coast with Southside Crips, which were the rivals of Death Row Records. This is why I may have to title this entire video, Conor McGregor spits at fan, Conor McGregor, the new Tupac. And then in the side-by-side, I'm going to have Conor spitting the picture, and then the other side is Tupac spitting, because I got to tell you, I compare Tupac to Conor McGregor, and a lot of people don't like this comparison. But guys, I'm not talking about the illustrious career of Conor McGregor or the illustrious history of Tupac Shakur coming from a Black Panther party and then ending his life as a Mob Piru gang member, because that's the reality of Tupac. No matter how you want to cut it, he ended his life as a Piru gang member. Conor is no different. Conor is a real life mobster. You got to understand that Conor bought his position into the Irish mob. Okay, that's the reality of it. He was never that type of guy before. He was 100% focused on MMA. And then MMA brought him all these other riches and all these other luxuries. And in the midst of that, he wanted to live out his gangster, immature lifestyle that he always wanted to live but couldn't, because he had to remain disciplined that whole entire time. And I gotta be honest with you, I could relate to that. You know who else could relate to that? Suge Knight. Suge Knight spent his whole entire college career in a 4-year college, and in the midst of that 4-year college, he had to remain disciplined. He had to remain in a team with certain grades, because you got to make grades when you're playing for a varsity team. You got to at least have a C. At least a C is it's passing, but nonetheless, you got to have a C in order to play. So there's a lot of discipline involved in college and playing college sports. Then you gotta make all your training sessions. So there's a lot of discipline involved in that. After all 4 years of UNLV football, Suge decided, you know what? I'm done with all this discipline stuff. I'm just going to take my discipline and transfer it to business, transfer it to bodyguard services, and then transition those skills into the music industry. And lo and behold, this is what you got. But he also did it by using neighborhood tactics that he's learned growing up with the Mob Pirus. And just like Conor McGregor, he bought his position into the organization. That's really the best way to put it, right? Because you got to understand, I'm not going to go there. I was going to talk about leadership. All right, so we will return to that in a second. El-Kheer versus Youssef Zalal is about to commence in a couple of seconds. All right, so here we go. Next fight, El-Kheer versus Youssef Zalal. It's Youssef Zalal wins this fight, I'm telling you, it's going to lead him into the top 15 and then eventually a high rise into the top 10 and maybe even championship aspirations. But we shall see. This is going to be a good fight. Walking out right now. Yeah, that's the thing with using Zalal. He's now starting to finish guys on the ground, huh? Said he fights like he spars. That's interesting. All right, the New England Cartel Zone. Cavalcanti walking out right now. right, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, Yusuf Zalal has now been announced. All right, here goes Cavalcanti. All right, round one. All right. So far, not bad for Yusuf Zalal. Good job right there. So Calvin's corner is telling him to hit the body as well as stand your ground. Yeah, just going at it side to side right here. Very good movement on Yusuf Zalal here. Yeah, he's very fast and accurate, just throwing one at a time. And yeah, Zalal's doing a very good job just going side to side and really offsetting the rhythm here for him. It's very hard to sort of deal with in that regard. Yeah, good job. Good jab right there by Kattar. All right, here we go. Round 2. Yeah, very good first round for Yusuf Zalal. Really good with the boxing there. Yeah, Faraz is urging him that he needs to go and win this round right here. Yeah, 7 minutes into the fight and still no rhythm on the part of Calvin Kattar. Yeah, real great accuracy on the part of Yusuf Zalal here. Yeah, Zalal is really looking good in this fight, man. Like impressively good. Really impressively good as he's looking in this fight. Yeah, Cater's getting frustrated here. Another round for Yusuf Zalal. That's it. Is Faraz Zahabi is telling him to walk and punch and to throw 300 punches, which is insane. If you think about it. He's saying, I need you to dig in deep now. I need you to be walking and punching. Walking and punching, he said. All right, round number 3. Yeah, the mobility of Yusuf Zalal is really what's winning this fight right now. Putting Zalal on notice here. Wow, just very impressive performance. Way faster. Ooh, he just rocked Yusuf Zalal right there out of nowhere. Good job right there by Yusuf Zalal. And there's a shot attempt by Yusuf Zalal. He's telling him to beat him in the center. Go meet him in the center, he said. Ooh, there's a nice kick right there. Yeah, Yusuf Zalal got cut from the UFC, and here he is taking on number 10, Cavalcanti. He's unranked, and he's fighting a number 10 Cavalcanti, which is, quite impressive and kind of shows you where he is at and where he belongs in the featherweight division right now. And here comes Cavalcanti going aggressive right here with just about less than 50 seconds left in the third round. All right, we got about 30 seconds left into this fight, and as soon as this fight ends, I'm going to do the breakdown because, quite frankly, there's not really a lot to break down, but in a way there is. But at the same time, it was just, a blowout win for Yusuf Zalal here. And we're going to explain why it's a blowout win. Oh, what is this? What is this? Okay. Yusuf Zalal got cracked there at the end of it. But by the end of it all, I mean, here we are. So in 30 seconds, we're going to do the breakdown of this fight. It's 30 seconds from now. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. All right, so that concludes the end of that fight, and obviously Yusuf Zalal won that fight. You know what? As I am recording this and as I am time-stamping this into a post-fight show, I need you to understand that I'm not even waiting for the decisions right now as the commercial is going on. Because the way that Yusuf Zalal broke down that fight, it was absolutely brilliant. He moved around side to side. He was not stationary. It was very difficult for Cavalcanti to hit him. And as a result, Yusuf Zalal got the decision win on this one. It was a very easy win. And Cavalcanti's coach, which was Faraz Zahabi, was pleading with him to throw more volume. And you know what? It's very difficult to throw high volume when you got somebody like Yusuf Zalal who's just moving out there. And then what are you going to do? If you're moving out there in the way that Yusuf Zalal was moving, you're literally punching air if you're going to put more volume into it. Well, by the end of the day, it was a great win for Yusuf Zalal. That was the co-main event. And now on to the main event. I'm excited to see where Yusuf Zalal takes his career from here. Where is he going to take his career from here? Probably in the top 10, top 5, and beating a top 10 like Cavalcanti. That's what you're going to get. So on to the next one, main event. Here we go. saying he doesn't care who he gives him. He's ready. He said, you better listen to Usman. I'm built differently in a shot to Michael Chiesa. Maybe Michael Chiesa sort of betted against him or something. All right, now on to the next fight. All right, here we go. Now the main event of the evening coming up. It's coming up soon, not too far away from here. So All right, RoboCop's about to walk out right now. All right, here we go. It is the beginning of this fight right now. They are about to enter the cage. Rodrigues is now in the cage. Cannonier is ready to walk into the cage right now. All right, here we go. Jared Cannonier walking out right now into the cage. All right, Jared Cannonier is set to walk in right now. All right, Jared Cannonier is ready to walk into the cage right now. Jared Cannonier in the white. He's got some foot gear right there. Oh my God. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. 6-second knockout. Boom. Ooh, that was devastating. All right, here we go. Round one. Jared Cannonier. Here we go. All right, Rodrigues in the yellow. Ooh. Oh, he's hurting Cannonier right now. Oh, he just rocked Jared Cannonier right now. Oh, wow. Now he's got him in a clinch position. Oh, look at this. Now Jared Cannonier is coming back. Yeah, it's a good way to collect himself as he's in these clinch positions. All right, look at this. It's like as if every shot that Rodrigues throws at him, it will hurt him immediately. Oh, wow. Look at these body shots and these dirty clinch exchanges towards Cannonier. I mean, Rodrigues is an absolute beast, man. Oh, he just rocked Jared Cannonier right now. Jared Cannonier has been knocked down several times in this fight already. Already he's been knocked down several times. It's insane how many times he's been knocked down in this fight. Oh, nice takedown by Jared Cannonier. Good wrestling on his part. Real crazy opening round. All right, there it is. 30-second break. Yeah, Jared Cannonier needs to do something different here. Oh, yeah, that was devastating right there. All right, round two. Here we go. Let's see the kind of adjustments Jared Cannonier can make here. Yeah, the experience that Jared Cannonier has is not to be underestimated here at all. Nice. All right, Rodriguez's eyes are busted up now. And very good leg kicks on the part of Jared Cannonier right now. Rocked in the first round, adjusted in the second round, getting some leg kicks in there. And yeah, man, he's looking to tire out Rodriguez here. He's looking to show Rodriguez why he is in the top position and he's not. So, oh, there's rocked him right there. All right, body kick right there by Rodriguez. Ooh, that's a nice one right there by Jared Cannonier. He's starting to see something different now. Let's see. Ooh. See, every time they get into these wrestling scrambling exchanges, Jared Cannonier's doing pretty good. He's doing a very good job of being able to know when to clinch up, when he needs to clinch up, and that's primarily what real good veterans do. And then there's Dana White right there in the corner, or in the cage side rather. Nice body kick right there by Rodrigues. All right, one apiece between these two. All right, so the corner of Jared Cannonier is telling him to set the same pace and rhythm that he did in the last round. Telling him he's not the same guy. He's not the same guy. Yeah, man. I mean, look, it is taking a toll on him. What is he doing? He's taking off his mouthpiece like I needed to spit out there real quick. All right, here we go. Let's work. Let's work. 451, 450, 449. Man, every time they exchange, it is as if Rodrigues is the stronger fighter of the two. All right, there it is. Nice leg kick by Jared Cannonier right there. Oh, that's some good shots right there. Oh, nice one right there. This is a good fight, man, between them right now. I hope nobody knocks anybody out yet because I would love to see these guys go 2 more rounds after this. All right, there it is. Jared Cannonier, every time he's getting punished, he goes and offsets Rodrigues with some wrestling. And that's probably good because when you got a big guy like Rodrigues like this, you would probably think maybe his stamina is not all up there. So, kind of test that a little bit with some wrestling, which is what Jared Cannonier ultimately does every time he gets hit with some hard shots. And the significant strikes on Rodrigues is insane. He hit Cannonier with his 87, 89, 90 shots now to the head. Oh, man. And Jared Cannonier is not going down. He's not going down without a fight. Oh, and there's another one. "43 seconds left in the third round, and then we go into the championship rounds after this." Oh, he just rocked Rodrigues out of nowhere with just 15 seconds left. Oh, wow. He rocked him out of nowhere, man. 1 second left. All right, there it is. On to the championship rounds. Now the fight is getting really exciting here. It's really getting exciting here. Oh, wow. Is he hurt bad? Look at this. Are they going to get another doctor stoppage like earlier? Yeah, Nazim got a doctor stoppage earlier from Bonfim. Are we going to see the same thing? Looks like not. All right, so here we go. Ooh, right in the clinch position. As soon as he got him right in that clinch position, boom, comes the elbow out of nowhere. All right, Jared Cannonier is looking to finish him off right here. Ooh, he's looking to he just finished him. He just finished him. Jared Cannonier with the finish right there. Jared Cannonier with the finish. In his 8th main event, he stops Gregory Rodrigues, man. How about that, man? Wow. All right, so let us get to it right now, right? The breakdown of all this, right? That was all she wrote on that one. All right. So, all right, let's get to the main event, okay? Let's get to the main event and talk about this. Okay. Let's talk about this. So, okay. Did you expect anything different from that outcome right now? Well, I certainly did, at least in the beginning of the fight. Now, in the first round, it was like every time Jared Cannonier was trying to throw at Rodrigues, he was not successful because whatever it is that Rodrigues threw, it seemed to come a lot harder and knocked him down a few times. But man, the resilience of Jared Cannonier just fighting back, right? And I knew that at some point, with all the wrestling that he was doing on Rodrigues, every time Rodrigues was rocking him, what does the veteran of Jared Cannonier do? He goes and he wrestles him. As soon as he goes and he wrestles him, guess what happens? Okay, he gets taken down, and after that, he's draining his battery. So as soon as he drains his battery, he rocks him in the third round, at the end of the third round, and then just out of nowhere, he goes for the finish and takes out Rodrigues. I gotta tell you, man, Rodrigues was looking really good. I thought, you know what? This is a gatekeeper right here in Jared Cannonier. He's the guy that's gatekeeping, and Rodrigues is the guy that's coming up. But Jared Cannonier just showed why. He's been in a lot of main event spots, whether it was a pay-per-view against Izzy, which, by the way, many people sort of looked at as a lackluster performance by Izzy, or just Jared being in there with just the constant best guys in the world and going 5 rounds after 5 rounds, and eventually Rodrigues was just not able to keep up. And there's Rodrigues right there being given props to by Jared Cannonier. Now let's listen into Jared Cannonier's interview with Daniel Cormier, and then we're going to call it a night right here. And by the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe, and let's hear this. He said Gregory hits really hard. He was swinging with some shots. Weathered the storm. Kept his composure, which is what you ultimately naturally have as a veteran. He said he'd rather die on his feet than die on his back. How about that? And what a comeback as well. For Cannonier to be able to do that and look good at 40 and survive the first round, super impressive. Cannonier is a dog, fearless, tactical, and brutal, according to Brian Campbell from Morning Combat. Ian O'Neill, Cannonier broke RoboCop tonight. That was after he got dropped twice in the first round. Wow, you can never write off Jared Cannonier. Dude is insanely talented and really knows how to dig in deep. Look at this. The elbow comes in. Boom. After he went down right there, he was surprised to get it. He was surprised that, he wasn't able to get him out of there. But in the fourth round, just 21 seconds in, Rodrigues was already softened up at this point, and he was he couldn't hang in there. Well, all right, guys, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned. I got some bonus content for everybody in the chat right now, and for everybody around the world that has witnessed Fight Night, Jared Cannonier versus Rodrigues. This was a great fight night. You got to understand, a lot of these fight nights are sometimes overlooked. Even myself, I overlooked them. Heck, I didn't even do a prediction for this fight. I didn't even do a breakdown for this fight. I just showed up on the day that it was live streamed, and here I am, breaking down this fight. As a result, it was a great fight nonetheless. It was a great night of fights. Exciting, top to bottom. Take a look at all the breakdown that I have from Fight 1 all the way to the main event. I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all